computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the eRacing GP. We're back for yet another edition of the Global Edition. This is number 19, and we're in round number 2. So, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and we're going to be your commentators throughout this evening. So, what do we have in store for us here today?
I think hopefully more of the same, Vic, because it was enjoyable the first time, and the fact that we had a change of cars for the first time in what, 3 seasons that we've been using the same. So it was proven to be a good choice, an inspired choice, because all the classes provided some really good action from start to finish. And in particular, I think we should give a bit of love to the TCR cars. They provided the best action a lot, especially that bronze race in race 2 is still in our minds since the last weekend.
It's crazy to see like the level of racing we saw last week, but this week we're going to be having a whole different track, still the same cars, and also still the same competitors. Let's go ahead and have a look right now at where they stand, because these are the current championship leaders for all of our classes, including the brand new women's class. So Russell Reyes takes the lead in the gold class here for the Philippines. His fellow countryman Enzo Izon takes the lead in the silver class, whereas in the bronze class, Jaden Liao from Singapore is taking the lead in there, and Evan Hosea from Indonesia is the current leader inside the copper class. And in the women's class, Genevieve Oy, fresh off a victory in the first ever women's class race, will be in the lead, of course, in the championship.
Indeed, and that will be the first class of focus here tonight. In the team standings, well, it could not have gotten any closer than that after the first race of the season, because of Pepega and Velocity having a bit of a friendly rivalry going on between these two teams. They were actually showing each other some of the eyes in the comment section, particularly in our social media posts. So glad to see that the rivalry is strong and live since last season, with Pepega and Velocity first and second there. LORSN in third place. That's a good start for them, because again, the main LOR team have been dominant in Endurance Edition. Let's see how their sister team, or the development team, is doing in Global.
Exactly, so that's very exciting to see that things are already so competitive already from that first round itself. Let's have a look now at the nation standing. Malaysia's still very much at the top. I mean, that's also thanks to both Pepega and Velocity Pantera both being based in Malaysia itself, so no surprise that they're taking the lead. But the Philippines and Indonesia very much tied right now of 156 points each. So certainly I think Nation Standings Cup still also looking very competitive here.
Yep, very, very close. So can't wait to see how that progresses as the season goes. And now we will be heading over to what we're racing next here, Vic. And it's a return of a track that we've had been here before, Fuji Speedway. But my God, Fuji was also one of those crazy madhouse races where it decided the championship quite a while back, especially with Justin Roldev and Azim Shami. We saw how that close they were between the Pepega guys, and we saw Fuji being the first round of the season a few seasons back. So it's a popular track, good for racing, but it's also just giving a bit of challenge for the drivers.
Indeed it will. So here we go. It's a 4.5-kilometer long track. Goes clockwise. It's a super long straight. One of the longest straights out of like the Grade 1 circuits in the world. 16 corners. So goes downhill at that end of the first end of the straight, but then it goes uphill towards the final sector. So very interesting track, really, both to drive on and also to compete on.
Indeed. And the fact that it also plays host to some great races of the past, particularly Super GT. You cannot forget that moment where the title was decided on the very final straight, where a car ran out of fuel and the car behind it overtook to win the title. Or Hanan Lauda. That's the first thing that comes to mind when you talk about Fuji.
Yeah, so as we have a look now at what the cars are, this is the brand new class of cars we're bringing in for Global Edition 19, starting with the FI Formula 3s that are going to be run by the Gold class. We are running FI Formula Regional for the Silver class here. Then for the Bronze class, as well as the Women's class, actually, they're both running the brand new FI TCR car pack here. And the Copper class is going to be running the Ginetta Super Cup. Now, TCRs particularly have brought some really exciting racing, especially in our first round. Let's see whether we'll be having a repeat of that as well in our second round.
Indeed, and the TCRs again just provided the best action to the lot. Yes, there's been some words taken by a four-time world champion saying that it's anti-driving, but it's certainly not anti-racing, as what our producer said behind the scenes before. It really provided good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully we'll see more of that. Now, this race will also be running on Format A, same as it was with round number 1, in fact. So there will be points provided for qualifying from 5 points in first place all the way down to 1 point in 5th place. Race number 1 will provide the bulk of the points here, with first place getting 25 points all the way down to 15th place, which will only get 1 point. Race number 2 has a slightly less points payout here, with first place only taking 15 points. But as far as like the drivers concerned, they will also want to try to fight for that fastest lap, because that will also give them 2 points, and that's fastest lap during either the race 1 or the race 2 sessions.
Indeed, and of course, combining all together, if you were to be fastest in all the sessions and take the fastest laps in the races, full complement of 49 points on hand, which will do you a whole world of good, especially given the fact that 2 of the 3 first 3 races will be counted towards the drop scores.
Exactly. So that's also another thing about the format that we run here in GE. We also have drop rounds. Now, let's have a look at the driver standings for our first race of the evening, which is going to be the women's class. Genevieve Oy takes the lead here. She has 41 points to her name. Inda Daniela is currently second here at 36 points. May Gumila from the Philippines is up there in 3rd place there with 30 points.
Yep, and it's still anybody's game, because again, first round of the season, just a bit of jitters to get out of the way. But overall, I think the women's class had really good racing when we were at Sepang. Let's see if we can have the same thing here in Fuji Speedway. And speaking of that, we're actually now halfway through qualifying, and it looks as though Diana has actually set the pace. So she had a bit of an indifferent first race of the season, because even in her own words, she actually just got a bit of stage fright on the races itself. But I think once she gets into the nitty-gritty and really gets a feel for it, she'll probably be the one that's going to be flying. And she is flying right now. First place in qualifying so far, a 47.1. But that is not the fastest time we've seen so far. In fact, in practice, we saw Genevieve Oy, our championship leader, she set a 45.9. So 1.2 seconds still to find, though with the way that the track rubbers up and the grip's getting better, we might still see the time stumble here, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, not even the fastest time that we've seen from Noordaina. Even in practice, she was in the low 146s as well. So certainly it's going to be a bit of a shootout between her and Genevieve, I expect. May Gumila is also not too bad either. She's also in the 147s currently, although she's currently sitting in the pits. We've got another 3 minutes left in qualifying, so she might have enough time to go for another attempt here at improving her lap time.
Yep, and in fact, we're going to have another sector time here to see how far her rivals are going. Shin Yi Chia, who's part of the Valkyrie team, in fact, Velocity Valkyrie, but in the real stakes, they're actually still called the Velocity Pantera team, so they're part of the Pantera squad, just that they're called the Valkyries, because, fly the Valkyries.
They're the Valkyries of the Pantera squad.
Yep.
So yeah,
so
easy enough.
So let's see what Shinyi has to do here, because she has set personal best in the first 2 sectors, but it's not going to be an improvement. In fact, she drops to 4th, because out of our sights, we didn't actually pay attention to that one, Genevieve Oy has set the fastest lap of the session so far, 47 flat. a full 10th of a second ahead of Diana, and she locks it wide because there's a car coming through on her inside.
Yeah, that's number 28 though. That's one of the velocity cars as well, cutting in front of her. So that's going to pretty much ruin any attempt to go against. In fact, she's already slowing down the side, letting the other cars through. There's still enough time, I think, for her to get around and go for another push lap.
Indeed. And in fact, Diana was right behind her as well, coming by. That affected her first sector. Meanwhile, Mai Gumila, who's actually in the pits earlier, let's see how she's doing here, because we can just open up the camera, in fact, to her and see. In fact, she's on an outlap, so we don't even have a time for her right now.
Yeah, so yeah, it's probably just pulled out of the pits, in fact. So still plenty of time for her to get around, so we will be seeing another lap coming up from Mai Gumila. Not sure for Diana, she's really slowing down right now, and she's not even... yeah, she's like halfway through her lap even, so we'll see. Genevieve's first sector not looking too good here, and this what could be her final attempt at actually setting another pole time.
And Diana's come to a complete halt there. I think she just wants to find some track position. Now she's probably going to get it going here, but there's still cars coming. Yeah, in fact, to her left. There we go. She's still on the track. Meanwhile, Mai Gumila, she might actually come around the track here. To the final sector and start her final run as well, Vic.
Yep, so she's already following in the coattails of Genevieve Oy, who's already going to be getting to the straight as well. So looks like she will be able to beat the clock. So let's see whether the next lap is going to be better for her this time around. It's been yellows so far for her, but that's only because she had traffic to deal with in that first sector. Now, this is going to be her actual attempt.
Let's see then. 45.9. That's actually quite fast. In fact, from what I've heard from one of her teammates, and you can see the purple sector right there, that Chandramauli Anandan, who's also driving similar cars in the bronze category, was also doing 45. So Jen actually was not far off from qualifying in the bronze class itself. So that's actually quite a turnout for the books. But apparently she is racing in bronze after this, what we heard.
I was going to point that as well, because she actually also put in her entry list into the bronze class. So that will be a very interesting comparison to see how she does versus the women's class and also in the bronze class here. So that's going to be very interesting to see, but as of right now, her focus is going to be on this lap. The first sector not really giving her the time that she needs right now, still in the yellow, although to be fair, she is still a 10th of a second faster than Diana, but she would definitely love to be able to at least raise the bar that little bit.
And in fact, Diana stopped completely on track, so I don't know why she's not moving at all, or maybe that's just... There she is, just as I was saying it, because we're coming up to the point of the circuit where she stopped on our camera, so it is true. That is not a glitch in the Matrix. That is actually Diana stopped on track, so I don't know what happened to her. She could have actually done one more qualifying lap here following Jen in coattails, but unfortunately for her, she stopped on track. Now we just only have to watch whether or not Jen can do it, and look at that! Fastest second sector of all. So, this might be an improvement here to lay the gauntlet for the first race here, Vic.
Yep. Only one more sector to go here, though the thing is that her yellow first sector is going to sandbag her eventual attempt here, but let's see whether or not the final sector comes together neatly for her. She comes around that final corner, a very tricky place, I find, to actually get good time, and yep, if you get your entry point not great, that's what's happened. You just end up on the outside, so let's hope the lap didn't get deleted this time around, but Genevieve is going to come across the line. Still has that purple sector 2 to help her, but is she going to be improved? Not quite. Still yellow here.
Even though it says purple there by 3/10, it's not enough. But Gumila goes across the line. Woo! Gumila takes it right at the death for 46.4. Wow, that is a turnout for the Bugs indeed. That shows the pace that she had from the first round was no fluke. And despite the fact that she's the only driver in the Cupra, managed to do so right at the death.
That is amazing to see here. Mai Gumila, she's already firing the first salvo now in the second round. So that's going to be quite a lot of work here for Genevieve and Diana later on in this first 15-minute race.
Wow, and in fact, I think Diana still stopped on track, in fact. So I don't know why she's not gone back to the pit lane here. I hope whatever's happening to that car should be all right. But she has the pace, just that didn't get the lap in that she wanted to really pull it off. Meanwhile, passing her on camera was Jolie Lau. And Jolie was also one of those drivers that had a real ding-dong battle with Xin Yi, her teammate. A bit of afters in that end of the race we saw. But hopefully, the Pantera squad have actually given them a talking to and say, okay, you're expected to have contact as teammates in touring cars, so that's almost a given.
Yeah, so that's going to signal the end of qualifying now, I think. We've been in overtime for quite a bit, but now we're going to be transitioning into our first race. So, very exciting to see how the TCR car is going to perform here at Fuji, because like with the super long straight, you're going to be seeing a lot of slipstreaming battles, maybe even counterattacks after being overtaken even at the start of that main straight. That's how strong the slipstream typically is in other like what do you call it, similar spec series. So, but the TCRs have been very racy even from that first round, and with the level of excitement we saw last week, we are definitely going to be expecting a lot this week itself.
Absolutely. We were seeing some good action all the way through from the front to the back, and eventually we did see runaway wins for the first 2 races for the female category. But regardless of that, we know that they can actually put on a good show. So let's hope that Fuji Speedway also offers that, as we are doing the obligatory livery checks just to see what the creators of these cars have in store for us, so we can give them a bit of love for not only the creators of the liveries but also their sponsors, if they have any.
Yep. So, this is our sister team, rather, our teammate. Here.
Yes.
It's literally the same team here, the Pepega Racing team. So, yeah, both of these cars are going to be not quite alongside, but close enough to each other. Just like with the Pantera Valkyries as well, their cars are going to be pretty much in a similar position to each other. So perhaps some teammate assistance could be useful here, in considering how competitive they are in the current team standing. So that's going to be something to watch out for. But Megumila might just be the spoiler in that battle right now, because she has that pole position. She has clear track right in front of her, and in another 30 seconds we'll see how she's going to nail her start.
Indeed. And meanwhile, we run through some of the cameras of some of the drivers outside of it. This is Lisa Idham making a return to ERGP after running in the Endurance Edition a couple of seasons back. This is her view from P13. And in the midfield, another debutant for the Pantera team as well, Pei Jin Yao. So that's also a known quantity. She's been doing a lot of sim racing in Malaysia as well.
Yeah, so here we go. Lights on the gantries are getting warmed up now. When those go off, we will be on now for our second round of GE19. TCRs in the women's class is gonna be go. So Megumila pulling off the line, looking pretty stable so far. Genevieve now trying to block off one of the velocity cars behind her. That could be Jolie Lau right now that she's attempting to hold off, but no, Jolie will be able to get alongside, or maybe just try to beat her in the braking. May not be able to do so yet, because Shinichi dives on the inside and actually spins Genevieve around.
Oh no, that's a disastrous start for the championship leader, and she gets a bit of afters too from Tanzila Mahbub as Mutiara passes by her and Lisa Idam. But that's disaster for Genevieve Voy, and that will open up the rest of the drivers to try and get more points on her.
So Chloe Chu is going to be taking the lead. Joey Lau is going to follow closely behind her, or rather they're battling right now for position, as Nor Diana also gets in the mix, but unfortunately has to settle for third place right now as they enter the second sector. Now Jolie Lau is in the lead. She's still overtaken for Chloe Chu. She gets a bit of a bump there from Nor Diana, though. Spins off of the track, and Nor Diana slips on by Akila Shinitian as well as Jin Yao Pei.
Oh wow, and these two had a bit of history in the first race. Remember that these two touched as well in round number 1, where Chloe was a little bit aggressive against Diana, and Diana as well likewise tries to repay the favor. They had a collision here again, so I think some talking to from the Pepega boys may be in order just to settle both of them, because they do not want to have any more of that, or it might otherwise cost them some stakes, some points in the championship stakes.
I think it's already costing them quite a bit, because look at Nor Diana right now. She's got Jolie Lau from the Velocity Pantera team in front of her. She's got Akila, Nachwa, Shinichi, and Jin Yao Pei also from Velocity team. So they virtually are already in the top 5 here. Only Nor Diana is currently in there right now. Bit of a teammate battle there. Unfortunately, one of them got spun around. I think that could be Shinji got spun around now. She's dropped down to 7th place, now trying to fight with Azrina, but I think Azrina will be able to, Megumila right now. And Maya will be the one taking over her spot there in 6th place.
But luckily again, front wheel drive came to the rescue for her. She just plowed the throttle and the car straightened itself out at the expense of the fact that those front tires are going to be a bit short. But regardless of that, Shinji managed to save it, and she's still in the hunt for at least a podium here at this current juncture.
Well, she's going to try to get the position back from Megumila, but she's got Azrina just in front of her as well, trying, couldn't quite get past, couldn't quite close the door on Megumila yet. She's still alongside in that red car. Now it's going to have the inside going into this very blind corner here. I think May will just keep her foot pinned right now, just hoping that she stays on that line, and yeah, she will stay on the line. Shinichi not so much. She loses a lot of time as a result and falls back nearly a whole second.
Well, a whole second is almost relative in terms of how much pace you can get back afterwards, because these cars are quite evenly matched. And meanwhile, we actually forgot that we have a championship leader who's right behind. Genevieve Oy, looking at her in the inset, way behind in P13.
Oh, that's gotta be so frustrating for her part because she was all the way up inside P2 at the start of this race, spun around at the very start, and now it's gone completely off, and 2 has gone completely off. Here's Lisa, as well as an Audi car, I think it's Tanzila.
Yeah.
Both got themselves spun out here.
And can she find reverse? Yeah, she found reverse, luckily.
Yeah.
And the fact that she stalled the car, because these cars have a stall system where it's just like in F1 anti-stall, you need to put in the clutch and then get the car back into gear.
Yeah, so a bit tricky to do. It's not like a typical auto start that you have in other cars here in AC. These TCRs act a little bit different in that regard. In the meantime, on board right now in Mutiara Stephanie, who's currently trying to chase after Chloe Chu.
Yep, and behind her is Genevieve. So Genevieve managed to make up 3 positions in one go because of other misfortune, and she's running ragged right now. And no doubt the fact that that collision at the start might have been somewhat indicative of her losing her groove a bit, as across the line they go now for lap number 3. It looks as though that Diana's got the fast lap of the race in front of Jolie Lau. In fact, we're waiting for the timing screen to play out because, again, it has that slight issue where it gets a little bit haywire when cars are left, right, and center, and the timing beam is actually not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, rather it's because of how far back the actual pit line, the pit entry is, compared to where the actual timing line is. Does create a bit of confusion for AC's system, but we will keep an eye out for our current leader and where she stands. As of right now, Genevieve, she's not in 4th. She's literally outside of the top 10 right now, but she's
she's in the top 10.
Yeah, she's now in the top 10 after having gotten past Mutiara Stephanie. So let's see whether or not she'll be able to continue her charge. She's still got another 10 minutes in this race here to try to hopefully claw back some points.
Meanwhile, we'll go back to the battle up in front, as we will keep an eye out on Genevieve's pace here in the inset, because that earlier collision from the start has really been a detrimental point to her. She's still trying to claw her way back, but luckily though, the saving grace is that if she does get P6, that will be pole position for race number 2.
Yep, so currently race leader is Nor Diana. She's already dispatched Jolie Lau to take the lead here for the Pipika Racing team, which is going to be a bit of saving grace in spite of majority of the Pipika team not being able to stay inside the top 5. It's still very much dominated right now by the Velocity Pantera Valkyries here, because from P2 all the way down to Megumila's made her way up to P4 now. So Jolie tries to get a nice exit here, but couldn't quite catch up enough to Nor Diana to take the slipstream off of her.
Yep, and while we're watching that, we're watching in the inset as well. Genevieve trying to get by Chloe, so that's a nice feature that we have this season. We can get more for less, so to speak. We don't even have to jump from cameras. That's what we're trying to say. Less camera jumping and more we can focus on what is happening at the time. So there's Chloe in front of Genevieve. Genevieve is actually going to get a lot of slipstream here on the front straight coming to turn number 1. Whereas Jolie, she tried to get up to the back of Diana, but Diana seems to have gotten the better of her in that one because both of them got a really poor exit. Here comes Genevieve. She gets the fastest lap of the race and a position away from her teammate.
Yep, gets her right on the middle of the straight itself, so definitely benefited off of the good exit and the slipstream coming off of Chloe's car, so she moves up a place. Nor Diana, in the meantime, doing good progress actually against Jolie Lau, keeping the gap quite wide between the two of them. So still, Jolie's going to have a lot of work if she wants to try to catch up and try to fight her for the lead. But
well, look at that. Did you see how she monsters? She monster that curve there, Vic.
Really trying to muscle her way through. I mean, again, there's probably a lot of frustration from her end. It's kind of shades of what happened during her final rookies race, where she got taken out quite early on and had to fight her way back. But this time in the virtual world, she's going to have to do it all over again. But seems to have been making good progress. Now she's apparently up into P8. Just now trying to catch up to Sophia Zara. It's only less than half a second behind her. So let's see how she'll do. About
4 seconds or somewhere along those lines, because you can see on our onboard, because Sophia's not even in shot right now. That's how far that Sophia has made ground on her and how much Genevieve lost since that first lap kerfuffle. But luckily for her, the saving grace again, she's only 2 positions away from taking pole in race number 2, so that will be that will save her weekend if she could get up there. But for the time being, 7.5 minutes left to go. Still half the race here left to do. There's a collision!
Oh no!
That's Chloe Chu and Genevieve Boy. They've actually hit each other.
Not again. My goodness, Pipika is going to have lots of words after this race here, because this is not the way they want to kick things off for the second round here. And boy, oh boy, they're already leaving so many points on the table here. Yeah, and look at how scuffed the car is. Yeah. Left, right, and center. That car's been through the wars, and they still have to do another race after this. So again, the Pipika boys might have to actually give a talking to the girls and say, look,
I know you want to race hard, and these touring cars can take a beating, but you just need to give each other plenty of space on track because you do not want to cost ultimately the bigger picture, points in the team standings, and your own individual honors here in the class.
Yeah, so let's have a look on Megumila right now because I think she's currently locked in the battle with Aquila Nachwa, getting very close, in fact, to the Velocity Pantera Valkyrie car. Tries to go around for an outside spin here, but again, Aquila's doing a very good job of staying, rather keeping a car very wide on the track, but unfortunately loses out on the exit here. Megumila is now all over it here, trying to take away the corner from her, but still Megumila is hanging on alongside Maze Leon. Let's see if she's going to continue to hold on though, but right now, very defensive positioning here from Aquila, trying to hold and actually snatches away the apex here from Megumila.
Wow, that is actually a good bit of defensive driving. And again, that kind of block pass is actually fair and legal in touring car racing because these things can take a beating. But to a certain extent, you just can't go way too far to spin each other right. And that might have happened here if Gumila was not careful hitting the back of Aquila. Wow.
Yeah, this battle's really heating up right now. Aquila's doing a bang-up job, really, with trying to keep her final podium spot, but she left it a little bit wide, though, in the final corner. Megumila couldn't really pull away, though. Had to brake, and that slowed her down, preventing her from being able to get the slipstream.
She had to jump on the brakes there because she had the line on the inside. It's just that because of front-wheel drive, she was understeering towards her, so she either had to run into the back of her or just back it off. And unfortunately for her, she chose the latter option and lost a heap of momentum onto the start finish straight and losing the slipstream too.
Well, it looks like this battle will still keep going on. We've got another 5.5 minutes to go here, and Megumila, who had been on pole position, had to try to fight back. A bit of action going on in the background there. And unfortunately, yep, there you go. Two of the Pantera team cars are just on each other here. And I think Jin Yao Pei has gotten herself in front of her teammate here.
Yeah, man, they actually hit each other on the way into the corner. So, oh wow, even Jin Yao has to deal with the fact that she still has to overtake a teammate. That's actually quite a stubborn obstacle to get by. Yeah, there's Gumila on the inside.
On the inside, Aquila. Can she actually keep it under control here, though? Looks like she got a bit of a slip, but didn't really slow her down in her attempt to get her past Aquila. So now she's up into P3. But really, this is going to be quite. This is actually quite the recovery from her part because she got spun out due to that first lap kerfuffle. But now back into the podium positions goes Megumila.
Yes, and again, shows that she had the pace. But race-wise, it doesn't turn out that way, especially when there's so many people that's going after your rear end.
Yeah. Well, she does split up both Jolie as well as Aquila now, so at least the podium spot will not be completely dominated, at least at this point.
By two teams, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Pepega and Pantera. But Gumila then doing it on her own, literally on her own. No other Filipino in this particular class, but she's doing a really right old job of it. And spinning the wheels coming out of the final corner, it's the Filipino.
Burning the rubber.
With a spin. Jin Yao spun it. So Jin Yao spun it in the final corner.
Yep, and unfortunately will get overtaken by Genevieve, who says thank you very much. Gains another couple of points here, and it's one step away from getting that all-important 6th place, which will allow her to take pole for race number 2.
And that position is currently being held by Sofia Zara, who I think is part of the Valkyrie squad, or the Pantera squad. It's just that she's not running their livery at this point. She's running one of the default Hyundai liveries in the Nürburgring 24. But regardless of that, Genevieve gets the fastest lap, and she'll be looking in the mirrors pretty soon.
Yeah, she's going to try to catch up, and she's not too far off. I think it's only, 2 seconds? I mean, right now the timing tower is just flying all over the place here, so it's quite hard for me to keep track of the actual gaps between them. But I think Genevieve has a really good chance if she can, based on her pace and the fact that she's been getting fastest lap after fastest lap, she certainly will have the momentum now to catch up to Sofia Zara.
Yep, and it's just, again, could also help her in the championship stakes. But on the flip side, there is an upshot to this. 2 out of the 3 races count towards the drop score, so this can be a drop run anyway. And that first round where she had a blinder of a second race, even with a penalty, despite that, and won, she can still be in the box seat for the championship run.
Yeah, but it also means that her next couple of rounds have to be absolutely perfect, though, because she wouldn't have the fallback option making a drop round, and she chooses this one here. But I think at the very least, getting that 6th place means that there'll still be plenty of points for her in store. Now she's gaining onto Sophia on the uphill section here, trying to find a way, trying to squeeze her way past to get the gap. But no, Sophia Zara still has momentum around the outside, still keeps a car planted in front of Genevieve's.
Oh, that would be really annoying for Jen, because I think, in fairness to Sophia, that's actually good defending. She didn't want to let her by, and she didn't move on the braking. It's just that she kept a very tight line. But now, to her detriment, that was a tight line coming out of the final corner, losing her momentum. That will allow Jen to just go side by side on the main straight.
Yeah, might even get a bit of side drafting action here as well to try to hold back Sophia Zara and try to keep the momentum on her side. Still going to be side by side going to turn 1 though, but let's see whether or not Sophia Zara will keep up her good defending that we saw in the last sector here. Still will be able to get onto the apex first. I think Genevieve is a little bit later on the, a little bit earlier on the brakes there, so Sophia still is able to keep her position for now.
And while we're watching this, you can see the inset there that we're on board with Xin Yi Tia. Trying something. Oh,
that was too close.
Very close to Sophia Zara. And no doubt that Sophia might have gotten a huge wake-up call from that one. That Genevieve was monstering over the curves, trying to get by. We're about to say that just now. We're watching between Akila Najwa and Xin Yi Tia right in front of both of them. If they take each other out, that's 2 free positions on the cards.
This is going to be a funny one though. But let's see, Sophia Zara still holding on, and Genevieve almost clattered into the back, had lost quite a bit of time as a result, and that time is running out. Xin Yi Tia right now still in the battle with her teammate here. Oh boy, let's see if we can get ourselves a view on track of that specific battle here. Just gonna bit hard, especially with the timing tower going all the way around sideways here. Akila Najwa right now trying to get himself onto the Akila trying to stay ahead. Sophia Zara now losing the position side by side with Genevieve Oi. While in the meantime, the other Valkyries battle, not a collision here between Genevieve as well as Sophia Zara, and Sophia gets off of the track.
No, it wasn't a collision. She actually spun it herself. I don't know how she actually clapped the curb. That it was enough to send her broadside, but that gave the position to Jen, and crucially, that P6.
Yep, crucial position here for Genevieve for race number 2, as Jin Yao Pei will be side by side with Sophia on the main straight now. The seconds are ticking down, but our race leader, I believe, has already gone past the line, so we may still see one more lap.
Yep, as we can see that Jin is going side by side with Sophia. They're going at it still because of the fact that Sophia is recovering from that monstrous half spin where she went completely sideways, giving Jen the position, but Jin tucks back into the slipstream coming into turn number 1 and still stays behind here. Meanwhile, we haven't really paid much attention to the race leaders in terms of action because, again, we did see a close battle at one point, but now Diana has managed to gap Chloe by some considerable margin, by at least about a couple of seconds here to the good.
Well, we'll have to see when it updates. Yeah, it's about 4 seconds, it looks like, at least on my time. Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Correct. I stand corrected. It's still a little bit fuzzy at the moment.
Yeah.
But still, looks like, yeah, a little bit of touch there.
Yeah, Jin managed to get by Sophia by just touching her broadside, but I think that was a fair move because that actually didn't take her into the spin. It could have actually gone horribly wrong if she went any faster than that, as the battle between 4th and 5th is still pretty much on here between Xin Yi Tia and Akila, but I think Xin Yi might have done enough to hold on that position. As meanwhile, around the final corner here, this is Diana to the win for her first ever win in ERGP. She came here with a lot of promise because she did win some tournaments last year to great fanfare, but now she's managed to score one on the international stage. Diana then comes across the line to take her first ever eRGP Global Edition win. Lady Diana steps on the top step once again in a sim racing race. She will be dead chuffed with that one. Second place is Jolie Lau, who gave a good battle initially, but couldn't hold on to the pace in the end here, Vic.
Yeah, and Megumila does get rescue points that she lost at the start of this race here to finish still on the podium, and a great one as well here, given way she was able to come past. And ooh, side-by-side action here between Shinji as well as Akila and Genevieve, also getting onto the grasses a little bit, but couldn't quite catch up to the other 2 Pantera cars. Very close finish there for what would have been 4th, 5th, and 6th place.
The camera couldn't even catch both of them because they were on the screen at the same time. It's just don't know where they were in relation to each other. But 600ths of a second was the final gap between the 2 Velocity Pantera girls. What a finish to this first race. And we crown another new winner here. So, from in the Daniela in the first race of the first ever women's class race in Sepang, then Jen, and now Diana. The honor roll keeps stacking up here in this class, but was for sure we were treated to yet another banger. And wow, what a way to come back after an indifferent qualifying session for her. She stopped at the side of the track. We thought there was a problem, but Diana came through and pulled off a rabbit out of the hat.
Wow. I mean, it's also a massive, massive win here for Velocity Pantera because Valkyries have successfully put 3 of the cars in the top 5. So there's going to be massive points haul for them from this first race alone. Now we're going to be resetting for the second one. The top 6 will be reversed here as per our regulations. So that means Genevieve Oy will be on pole for race number 2. And that's the position that she was hoping for, really, after she got spun out in that first lap. So at least there could be some good points recovered for her in this case.
Absolutely. And again, she's probably taking lessons she learned from the Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie season that she had, where it was a lot of trying moments for her from the very first round of the season all the way to the last, and especially that last race where she was leading in one of the races before Calamity happened, where you were commenting on that off screen. And she took a bit of a psychological hit on that one, but she has managed to bounce back big time. And that win in Sepang was probably vindication.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it does demonstrate to both to her and to the rest of us here that she is going to be a very strong competitor in this season itself. So very good to see that fighting spirit come out from Genevieve here, clawing her way back up to 6th place. Does at least get some good points on the board. So we're currently waiting for the transition now into race number 2. We're not going to be taking a break yet, so make sure you guys still stick here. We're still going to be going on here with our women's class race as we await race number 2. So with a good recovery from Genevieve, I think it's still not going to solve the problem here for Pipika because there's still 3 velocity cars inside of the top 5 here. So they could still potentially get a lot of points from race 2.
Indeed, and the fact that, again, is a matter of collisions between the teammates. We saw it in the first race with the Pantera girls, and now the Pepega girls, 2 straight races, both of them. No, in fact, all 3 of them were involving collisions. So quite a concerning pattern here that maybe some sort of circumspect thinking should be in order to try and prevent more collisions happening here.
Yeah, so we'll see what the Pepega team will do because it's already shaping up to be quite the competitive season here between both Velocity Pantera as well as Pepega Racing. So collisions like this, between teammates especially, this is not going to help at all in this championship battle. So here we are back on track now for race number 2. Genevieve Oy going to be in pole position here for the race by virtue of being able to finish in 6th position. Right next to her, we got Akila Najwa from the Velocity Pantera Valkyries. So she's going to be joined by her teammate in the 2nd row, Shin Yi-chia, who apparently on the board here says Pavia Zara, but I think it's Mei Gumila is currently in that slot right next to her. In fact, we go on to a bit confusing what's going on with the graphics here. That's Megumia's car that we can confirm. It's the only Cupra that's going to be on track here. Red lights are going on once again. This is going to be for race number 2 of the women's class. Genevieve on pole for this one here. Let's see if she can send it this time around.
Yep, lights will come on again when they go out. The second race of 2 for round 2 of the women's class is underway in G19, and Genevieve Oy gets the start that she wants here. That's a good launch off the line. I'm not sure if they actually all them used launch control, but whatever it is, she got the whole shot here into turn number 1. Unless, of course, Mei Gumila has other ideas. She's around the inside, but they managed to avoid each other, and the rest of the field, I think, just came by. Yep, no incidents to report. Everyone's away safely.
Yeah, this time around a lot cleaner, and that start here, and Genevieve certainly would be very relieved to have gotten through without a scratch now into turn number 4. Let's see whether or not Megumila will be able to keep her honest in this regard, though, because she's on a banger of a round so far. Already got a podium in that last race, now looking for another podium here, maybe even a race win here, but she needs to fight the current championship leader.
Yep, and in the car that, well, we did choose 3 specific cars from LFM because they use this for their TCR series, and it's well matched, but somehow the Cupra is not the most loved cars as opposed to the RS3 and the Elantra that we have here. Regardless of that, she's making good use of it and putting in some fantastic performances.
Yep, coming into Sector 3 now. This is going to be the uphill section of Fuji Speedway. Genevieve, her teammate Nora Diana, still in 6th place, still in the battle here with Sofia Zara, and also got a couple of Velocity Pantera cars behind her as well. Whoa, almost one of them got into a pit maneuver position there, but Nora Diana still hangs on to that racing line here. Let's see.
Ooh. Yeah, we need to jump to Jolie's camera
Yeah.
because that's probably the best view of the lot. She's got the box seat to this whole battle, and you can see smoke coming out of the cars in front. As oh, there goes Jin. Jin goes wide, and so is Jolie. Both of them actually go really across the final corner onto the outside of the track. Luckily, though, they kept it going in the right direction as opposed to just spinning out. Now, they're going onto the start-finish straight for the first time here. Genevieve, of course, fastest lap of the race because she's the first across the timing beam, but she is having a commanding lead right now.
Yeah, I think Jin Yao might have just understeered at the exit of the final corner there because the car just went straight on. So a bit of a that's a bit of a mistake. But let's see. Well, Nora Diana is trying to hook onto the inside of Sofia while Jin Yao is trying to catch up to her teammate Jolie Lau at the same time. You see from the rearview mirror on the top of your screens here.
Yeah. It's almost like a shot coming into attack, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Really?
it certainly is. And, well, Nordan's very much on the attack. Sofia goes a little bit on the curbs there to slow her down at this point. And Alkila a little bit slow as well, forcing Sofia to react to that as well, allowing Nordan to stay alongside. She's going to try to overtake both of those cars at the same time. Gets a little bit of a bump as well in Akila's car for good measure.
Wow, what a move! Did you see that? 2-for-1 special. And she kept the frontal pin. You saw the frontal trace at the bottom of the screen. She did not let that one go. She wanted to get a position, and she got both in one go. Really, really good driving from Diana. Whereas Sofia and Akila were just tripping over each other, though they might want to have an immediate payback. Oh, they hit each other there. Zara pushes off, and here comes Jolie. Jolie coming through, isn't it? That's Jolie, yeah. Jolie comes through.
Oh my goodness, that's not... Oh, that is just messy and messy there between Sofia and Akila there. Oh, another spin out. Akila this time loses out in that one.
And she stalled the car as well. She had to find first gear and put in the clutch as Tanzila Mabuk comes by to try and take the position away. No, in fact, she didn't get it. Azrina Arifin manages to get by too. But it looks as though Akila's race is a little bit upended.
No.
And it's upended even further there by getting a bit of a love tap from Tanzila.
Yeah, did manage to save it though, so that's still good on her part. Now let's see what Lisa is going to try to do against Karno 88. That's Chloe Chu, I believe. Round the outside, she moves up into 10th place now.
Yep, that was RG Bargy, wasn't it? And it happened in the space of just a few corners in that one lap alone. Can you imagine? We had a whole season's worth of action in just that section. But I think Chloe's on a run right now. She's actually gotten Akila right in her mirrors because Akila had that spin earlier. Now she has to defend, but she did not defend. She let her through easy on the inside because I think she doesn't want to get any more collisions here.
Oh, just almost. She was really late on the brakes there, though, trying to still stay alongside, but actually eventually got in front of Chloe Chu this time. So back up into position. Here goes Akila.
Akila, yes, it's
Yeah,
Akila.
it's Akila, yeah.
Yep.
Correct, yeah.
And we're waiting until the timing screen sort out. So apologies for that one because this is because the mod was made that way. It just doesn't know. Because the control line where the start-finish line is and the actual start-finish line is not the same. So that's why it just gets a little bit wonky. But that's just Fuji stuff. It happens sometimes. Anyway, now that once we get through the half the lap, we see it stabilize and a bit of a pattern's forming right now because here's Diana in third in front of Jolie and Sophie Xinyi.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was looking at like another car just now. They were actually getting a little close to each other before we switched off.
Oh!
Jolie again blocking up the brakes. I think a dip in the grass as well definitely didn't help her case here. She's lost out in her attempt to try to keep up with both Nora Diana as well as Xinyi Chia. Tries to catch up here on the second part of the sector. Didn't quite get it nice and smooth this time though, but she needs to be smooth here. Xinyi Chia goes a little bit too wide, almost off the curbs there.
Oh!
But no, comes together with Jolie Lau.
And that sends her into a half spin, but luckily once again, whoa, that was a fierce chop across the nose of Sofia Zara goes Xinyi just now. And look at this, 3 Velocity Pantera Valkyrie cars against this one car from Sofia Zara. I think they're part of the same team, but they're not using the same car. Might be wrong here because again, some drivers opted to run different cars even in the same teams. As meanwhile, this is Sofia Zara managed to get the hoodwing on all 3 of them to take away 4th place.
Well, she needs to hold it under braking though as you go. Oh, cars still coming together there between the Pantera. My goodness, it's almost bumper cars out here in Fuji Speedway because of these collisions here.
Yep, and meanwhile, there's still battles going on here because it's Chloe Chu
Oh,
on the inside.
oh no! Gets pinged like that under braking, could not keep it under control, understeers, and the fronts lock up completely for Chloe.
Yep, and I don't know who hit her there just now because the timing screen is Aquila.
Yeah.
So Aquila is still trying to recover from that half spin earlier. Major contact left, right, and center. Now then, we should be focusing on where is Jolie right now because she's still behind Sofia Zara. Remember, Sofia got the better of the 3 Pantera cars where she was fighting with. This is Jolie now trying to get back into 4th.
Yeah, she's got Sofia Zara in her sights, and pretty much this battle is going to go on, I think, until that final lap here, given the way that our Velocity Pantera Valkyries have been racing so far. Meg Mila, in the meantime, has pretty much a quiet time, just keeping up with Genevieve Oy, still within 2 seconds of her as far as the timing monitor says. And as far as I'm concerned, actually has pretty much been the best performer so far in this second round.
Quite, but then you have to remember that the race winner in the first race is in 3rd place as well, so there might be a bit of a tie between the 2 best performers here in the entire round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also considering like May's pole position time as well, but certainly Genevieve's giving her a run for that money, still putting up fastest laps even though she's in the lead. My goodness. Oof.
So, again, we saw in race number 2 at Sepang that when she gets fired up, she really locks in and tries to just one-up the entire field big time. And also a bit of self-vengeance as well, especially what happened in Sepang in the Toyota Rookies real-world race that she was leading at one point. But she's got to overcome that, overcome the hurdle, and now sees herself as the championship leader for the first ever time in the women's class. So really then, good payoff for that one.
So we still have another 7 minutes to go. It's kind of crazy considering the amount of incidents we've seen so far. It just feels like it's been very much longer, but a lot of this is just really setting me a lot of expectations as well for our bronze class. We will be coming up in the same cars as well, mind you.
Yep.
So we'll see. Jolie now is caught up to Sofia Zara. This is going to be locked in here for the battle going into... I mean, we're still not even out of the second sector, and she's already all over Sofia here.
Yeah, and Sofia, again, credit to where it's due. Despite not being part of any organization on this one, I think she's independent, or we didn't check the team's list for this one coming to this round. She's holding out on her own here and doing a really good job at it.
Yep. Right now, Jolie's keeping it nice and tidy. This is going to be a very high-pressure moment here for Sofia because not only you're going uphill, you're doing that in these TCRs with no ABS, no TC. So you really have to be very precise with your inputs going up here because if you lock up too hard, Jolie's going to be able to get past. So Sofia's just holding on and hanging very nicely, though, keeping her car very much planted on that racing line.
Yeah, but because she was coming up close to Sofia's rear end, she nearly lost momentum.
Boy.
Well, we should have stayed on board on that one because that was really, really close there from Jolie. But she didn't get moved around that time as Xin Yi now is right up to the back of Jin Yao.
So still a lot of infighting going on here amongst the Velocity drivers here, whilst in the meantime, Genevieve and Genevieve as well as Meg Mila currently in front and pretty much leading the whole pack by a very, very wide margin. Xin Yi Chan trying to keep up with her teammate Jin Yao. I'm not sure exactly which positions they are. It will be updated once everyone's gotten past the line, I expect. But Xin Yi is doing a good job actually under braking that first turn to catch up to Jin Yao. Now the gap between them looks to be within a second.
Yep, and in fact that some other battles are going through on the track. We can't really pick them up until, as you said, everyone crosses the line. Then we can see where the gap size. Oh, well, no need gap to tell you how much time she lost there. Visually, she lost a huge amount, monstering the curbs coming through turn number 3. You can do that in these touring cars because they get away with it. But once you get them broadside, that's all she wrote. The front wheel drive cars just become almost impossible to steer when you're going through 2 wheels.
Yeah, Jin Yao was a little bit shaky going through that last corner there. Xin Yi actually had to tap the brakes a little bit to avoid getting into a collision there. So not exactly having a smooth sail so far here for Pei Jin Yao.
Yep. Oh, Jin Yao then went a bit wide coming to the corner. She actually tried to go into the brakes, but locks it up and nearly loses a lot of momentum. But Xin Yi will likewise do the same thing. It's almost ebbing and flowing between these both of them.
I think they were really trying to compensate for like the understeering nature of these TCRs. In the meantime, a bit of a hook on the inside here. I think this is Jolie Lau going alongside Sofia Zara. Both come into contact and Sofia gets spun.
Oh, that's a big, big collision there. And Sofia Hopefully she can actually find her way back to the track without losing time. In fact, yeah, she has. She's actually coming through, but that will definitely be a protest incoming, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, protest on her. Yeah, well, I mean, again, there's so many incidents to pick from here, unfortunately. So we'll see how things will hold up. We've another 4 minutes to go in this race, and still lots of battles going on in the midfield here.
Yeah, in fact, this is between these two, it's still ongoing, you know, between Akila Najwa and Chloe Chu. Chloe hasn't really made much progress from where she finished in the first race, and still cannot shake off Akila. They're just almost symbiotic at this point.
Yeah. I mean, also for Chloe, she's not having the benefit of anyone in front of her to lend a tow, so she's not really able to not able to pull as far as she wants for this. But, well, she's hoping to at least pick up the last point here, although I'm not exactly sure where position. It might be a P10 or 11, thereabouts.
Yep, meanwhile, we are looking at Xin Yi as well. She's actually much closer to Jin Yao this time. Probably will try to make a move on her in the final minutes of this race. In fact, time really flies. We thought that it was still about halfway through, but no. 3 minutes left of this round, and it's still anybody's game here for the final positions in the top 5. Whoa, she got it! She got it! That's way too early from Jin Yao and too late from Xin Yi.
Oh, what the heck was that? I think Jin Yao was almost stationary on the track there inside the braking zone, so that's a little bit... I mean, again, in real life, really unsafe, but for Xin Yi, couldn't react in time and actually does land into the back. Don't think there's a lot of energy transfer in that regard, but my goodness, things are just really haywire right now.
And it's going to go even more haywire because here comes Sofia Zara. I think she wants to dish out a bit of payback here because, again, she did get taken out earlier by Xin Yi, and she takes the position away.
Yep. Gets herself in front, but the slipstream still is going to be there for Xin Yi. She's attempting to try to break alongside here. Sophia trying to get into the inside, actually, for the first turn, but she's going to have to do it under her own power now to try to keep up with Sophia Zara, who's still keeping herself in a nice position here to try to take the white. In fact, she does actually get back into position ahead. So I think, Xin Yi had to let off a little bit.
She actually backed off almost arbitrarily because I think she felt that she was not going to win that drag race. It seems as though the Elantra was just slightly bit faster on the straight compared to the RS3, but based on experience in other games, the RS3 is normally slick on the straights, but looks as though the Elantra has the legs up on this one, as this battle is still ongoing. In fact, it is really ongoing here. Side by side, they go again, coming through 130R, as you cannot get even 3 cars there, 1 car there safely, let alone 2.
Yeah, very tricky, and I think it was a bit of drifting going on there for Xin Yi as well. So, well, Sophia still maintains her position here in 7th. It's rather thereabouts. Again, still very hard to tell exactly what the track position is, but I think for Genevieve, she's still very much in the lead, still 3 seconds ahead of Megumila right now, coming around the final corner, still got 50 seconds on the clock, so we're going to be on for our final lap now.
Yep. Meanwhile, we're going to focus on the inset between that 3-way battle for 5th place now, we can confirm, because Jin is in 5th, Sophia 6th, and Xin Yi 7th. Meanwhile, somebody's asking, is this tournament sponsored? Who sponsors this tournament? Well, like, time for the plug, Vic.
It's Royal Selangor. You know, if you want your best quality pewter, you know, you can just go ahead and head over to Royal Selangor. They are the sponsors for this, not just for the competition, but also the trophies that we do hand out to these drivers at the end of the season here. So you can have a look. The sponsor is right there in the bottom left corner there.
Yep. And the other one being X Park as well, the provider of the facilities that we're here today, including our commentary room, where it's nice and air-conditioned. Just adjacent to the go-kart circuit, indoor go-kart circuit, that they have multiple branches around Malaysia, including here in the Klang Valley, one in Sendayan in Negeri Sembilan, and one in Johor. So, if you want to have fun, your fun outside and outdoors, you can go to these places. Hopefully that's enough plug for the entire season.
I guarantee you we'll be having more questions like that in the future as well. But as of right now, I think the question really is who's going to come out on top, both in the drivers as well as the team standings here. Because I think in terms of team standings, Velocity Pantera is going to have a huge gain here thanks to this women's class race. So in spite of like Genevieve possibly getting the win here, Pepega is going to have a lot of circumspection to do after this one here, because the amount of collisions that happen in race 1 is a bit too excessive, knowing how close the championship battle is between themselves and Velocity.
But I think it matters not at this point in time because, again, in terms of wins, they're getting the glut of it. 3 out of the 4 wins so far have fallen to Pepega's lap. And you can see Genevieve now weaving across the line. She's doing Fernando Alonso all the way back about 17 years ago when he actually won here. 18, in fact, as Genevieve comes across the line, wins in Fuji, and takes race win number 2 for the season to potentially regain the championship lead. Second place is Megumila, and third, a bit further behind, about 10 seconds, even though it looks quite close, but 10 seconds behind, no Diana, and she will be on the podium once again. So consecutive podiums for her after bouncing back for what was a slightly offbeat first round of the season in Sepang. Third place was for her. Fourth will be Jolie, about 7 seconds behind her. And then the rest of the field will be coming by soon, Vic.
Yeah, and that's going to be highest finish here for Pantera in this second round. Second race of the second round, as the rest of the velocity cars will be coming through here. Shinyi Chia as well as Jin Yao Pei. Then we got Chloe Chu from Pepega finishing in 7th place. Akila Najwa, who was battling hard with Chloe in the midpoint of this race here, has to settle for 8th position, but that is ahead of Sophia Zara, who no doubt might have quite a few protests to file in after this race.
And she looks a bit unhappy. I think she's trying to go for a bit of afters at the end there. Again, credit to where it's due. Really good racing all around. It's really exciting stuff, and I'm impressed so far by despite the collisions, the level of racecraft involved with from some of the girls.
Yep. So there's Tanzila Mabuk finishing in 10th place. Mutiara Stephanie will finish in 11th. We got Azrina Arifin in 12th, and Lisa Idlam will come in to round up the finishers here for our women's class round number 2.
But the girl of the hour, girl of the moment right now, Genevieve Voy, 2 wins on the season, multiple podiums, and the fastest lap as well in this race for good measure. I think she might have gotten enough points to secure her to bounce back after a challenging first race to finish P6 to now win in the second race and carry on her championship charge next week.
Yeah, the championship momentum is still very much on her side here, and I think despite the fact that we're speculating about drop rounds at the start of round number 2 here, I think she might still want to keep the points here. I mean, a win in race number 2 will still be a good consolation prize, and it does at least enable her to keep defending that championship lead. So that's the end of our women's class race. We still got 3 more races to go here.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot more racing this season around thanks to the brand new women's class. So hope you guys enjoyed that, but make sure you guys stay tuned. We're going to be taking a short break right now as we get set up for our copper class race. So don't go away. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885. Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885. Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for a delay just now. We had some technical issues, but we should be able to get back to racing here. This is round number 2 of eRGP. We're now going to be going to our second race of the evening, which is going to be the copper class. So let's go ahead and jump on the track right now, because I believe qualifying session is already in overtime at this point. Here's a quick look at the standings here for the copper class. We've got Evan Hosea in first place here, Seth Martin second, Raditya in third. So now that we're going to be going into our second round here, it looks like we're not going to be able to cover much of qualifying at this point here. That's yeah, seems like we're having more technical issues here, so apologies for that.
Yep. The thing is, what we can tell you right now, based in qualifying, that Muhammad Fatur Rahman for Entropy Racing has actually gotten pole position with a 45.5. So he's actually matching the pace that we saw during pre-qualifying last night, because we normally have pre-qualifying for very big classes, and in this case, because the subscription for all the classes all the way through was so many that we have actually done pre-qualifying from copper, bronze, all the way to silver and gold as well. But Fatur Rahman has taken pole position here with Claude Vija in second place and Cliff Mononutu in third place. So it's an all Indonesian, and in the front row with second place being Malaysia. So we'll see whether or not we can actually suss this out, because we're still having some technical issues behind the scenes, as a bit of a server error came in while we were trying to jump on board. But hopefully, right now, as we're actually doing a bit of troubleshooting live on air here,
Yeah. Apologies.
we can probably try and do that. But yeah, coming into this round, the Janettas that we had in the first race were actually very good to drive with, especially from a raceability point of view. Very nice. Not too much in terms of collisions that send the cars broadside, like say the MX-5s that we had quite a few seasons ago, and the Porsche GT4 Cayman GT4 cars that we had from last season, that we were using for 3 seasons straight. So overall, the reception to the cars have been very good. So let's hope then we can see a good race here, as qualifying now will come to an end very soon. In fact, it has been over now. We're just trying to sort out the troubles here with the server. It's just, again, some problems that come up with that we did not foresee. So it's just unfortunate it happens that way. That's kind of like live production in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes you just have to really do some troubleshooting. It looks like we got our footage here finally, so apologies again for making you guys wait, but it looks like we will be able to rejoin into this race here. Oh, actually...
so server's been disconnected.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, now we might have to go to yet another ad break to wait for that to come through. So
or maybe we can just keep talking and see whether or not we can connect in. So yeah.
Yeah. In fact, we have a comment that's coming through. They're actually saving our bacon here. Apparently, pre-qualifying was tight last night. P12 to P30, because remember, 10 drivers in the top 10 in the championship are locked in immediately. So that's why they will not do pre-qualifying. But if you're in 30th, you're on the bubble. That means you're just the 40th competitor of the entire lot. And it was separated by a second.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've got so many entries that pretty much we're virtually doing like this pre-qualifying every single time. So yeah, it's just a sign of like how much we've grown and progressed, right, in this ERGP after having so long. But yeah, it's always encouraging to see like the level of like entries that we're getting into our competitions here. It's great. It's just a sign of how much we've come, you know, over doing what, 19 seasons of running in this competition. 19
seasons, and you have to remember, we had some other championships as well prior to that, including the likes of the online tournaments in real life from Hong Kong all the way to Malaysia, and we had some bigger plans abroad. But then, unfortunately, you know, the big oops happened in the start of 2020. We can't mention that on air because we still have some restrictions to go to. But yeah, there were some big plans for ERGP apart from doing this, but this has become the main staple of this championship, and it's been really, really good to us.
Yeah, so we're on track right now because we're about 10 seconds away from the start. Apologies that we weren't able to catch him out of qualifying. Fatur Rahman is, of course, on pole. Cliff Mononutu and Wei Shen Wong going to be right behind him in P2 and P3, respectively. Lights go out, and away we go for 15 minutes of running in race number 1.
And it looks as though Fatur Rahman's got a good launch off the line. He cuts across Claude Vija there. He was actually right behind him as the Pantera driver tries to down the inside, runs a bit wide, deep, and nearly into Cliff Mononutu, but no! Fatur Rahman spun! And the rest of the field go through as well. Big accident for the behind. We're trying to catch as much as possible here, but unfortunately, our pole setter, that has thrown his plans out of the window here, Vic.
Out of the window and into the fire, pretty much. It's a huge huge amount of cars got together just now. So only the survivors managed to make their way through. Looks like Raditya Maheswara is going to be one of them. I think it's Kyle Vidya who is in front of him. Yes, it is. He's in fact under attack right now from Raditya from the inside. The BRM car is attempting to try to get onto a good position here to try to attack, but couldn't quite find the momentum on the exit.
And Mononutu, the other BRM car, is right behind him. So it's two BRM cars trying to fight the one sole Pantera driver up in front. And Vija was actually fast in the first round as well. Just couldn't get the results that he would have wanted to. As now he's on the outside trying to defend, and he manages to hold on to it in front of Mononutu. And our championship leader driving for M92 Motorsport, Evan Hosea.
Yep, Jose, at least he's managed to survive a lot of the encounters earlier on here, so we'll still be in the position to try to fight for a podium, but that's currently two BRM cars going up against one of the Velocity cars.
Oh, that is very, very close up in front. In fact, I'm surprised that Vija has managed to actually hold him off. So that's him having a lap as race leader in the books here, coming across the line as more and more comments are coming through about last night, as one of our commenters actually coming in saying he missed out by 300ths of a second to P30. So
oh my goodness,
0.030. That was enough for him to miss out. As we come across the line here, Vija still leads the way as he's trying to break the toe here. Meanwhile, there's a whole gaggle of cars. In fact, 37 of them who managed to start it. Oh, big accident!
Into the pit entry there. Someone into the wall close to the pit entry. Couldn't quite catch who that was exactly. It was one of the people in the further back in the line is going to be rejoining into the race here, but very much far back. In fact, I think it's Faris One Daniel. No, not Faris One.
I think it was Yogi Masaji. He was part of the Satori team that got hit there. But whatever it is, we are looking at now the battle further behind here. This is Zachary Lim for the other of the Pepega cars, trying to fight the Pantera BPRT Junior car. And then there's another car in front of him, which is Naufal Mibzal, who was disqualified from one of the races in round 1. He'll try to avoid a similar fate here in round number 2.
Yeah, currently battling out for P22. Look at that, one of the Velocity cars trying to go very hard into the inside of the Pepega here, but Pepega going very wide, left the inside very wide open, and the Velocity car just comes right through there.
Yep, as I think most of the field have crossed the line, so our timing screen have sussed itself out here. Now we can actually jump back to some of the battles up in front. In fact, we need to really focus on the battle for the win, because look at that. 4 drivers within earshot. 5, in fact. Hadif Irfan as well, for good measure.
Yeah, he's actually caught up to Evan Hosea here, so it's turning this into quite a tight battle here for the lead. Hadif still cannot quite find a way past Evan Hosea, who's keeping his car very wide on the track indeed. Leaves a little bit of space on the inside. He's going to try to cut in, but it's going to leave him a little bit compromised on the exit if he cannot keep it turned well, but he does keep it turned well. Keeps himself at the very least ahead of Evan Hosea. Might even be on for P4, but Evan Hosea still has a good exit. He's going to try to keep alongside Hadif as long as he can.
Yeah, we're going to jump to his onboard camera here and look how it's like from his point of view, as we can't see him on the other side. In fact, we can just probably press this particular camera and just see right beside him here. This is the sort of camera you don't see in real life. As he comes across the other side, Hadif hangs on to it, and so is Evan, but Evan has to concede because he's actually been hung out to dry.
Well, couldn't quite get the position back, so Hadif moves up to P4. Evan Hosea is still not too far behind, though, so still continue to try to keep on the attack.
Oh!
Big spin here for Hadif, and he loses the position.
And we can't even catch him right now because the timing screen has actually gone haywire once again. So that's the incident we saw, but because of the fact that the mod has been a little bit wonky anyway, we couldn't get it. So we saw the beginning of it. We don't know where he's going to recover now.
Yeah, we're only going to get the update once the timing monitors settled down here, but oh my goodness. It's just unfortunate there for Hadif.
Yeah, but in fact, I think we can finally get him now. In fact, he's dropped to P14 after recovering from it, and he's actually being sandwiched by a whole gaggle of cars. So from in one team in particular, the VPRT Academy team, and behind him is a Zatori car of Yogi Masaji. In fact, it was Masaji's teammate that actually wiped the barriers at the start. Just now we saw him spinning.
Yeah, and Hadif now trying to go around the outside of car number 14 here, while Yogi Masaji is attempting to do the same on the Hadif as well. Gets himself a little bit ahead, but albeit on the outside of the track, loses out of momentum due to riding on the curves and the grass. So Hadif gets himself back in position, can't quite close the door to him yet. Still side by side, going uphill now in the back half of Fuji Speedway. Yogi Masaji finds a way to get a switch back. He gets his car successfully in front of Hadif this time around.
And we're on board now with Mikhail Iqbal. This is the racing savant, who's actually neurodivergent but can drive well in a race. He's actually won a race before in ERGP all those years ago. In fact, 5 years ago now, he's actually last time he won. But the thing is, he's found the switch to the set to course a bit tough. Though in pre-qualifying, he was actually 6th fastest. He actually was one of the fastest drivers in the session. It's just that, unfortunately, in qualifying and in this race, not having to show the paces, he has to defend now against a couple of drivers behind. In fact, Farid Mubarak comes out of the pits. Drive-through penalty for him, apparently.
Yeah, so in the meantime, Mikhail Iqbal trying to stay away from some of the other cars and coming together. Another couple of cars come together. Shots one now from Mizval, gets spun around by one of the VPR team cars.
And there's the rest of the field scampering by, trying to get through. Left, right, and center. You can't even catch up with it because our live timing screen is going a bit haywire, trying to catch up with all the action. But crucially, though, the race leaders are still about the same pace. They're actually still keeping up with each other.
Yep, Kalvija still in the lead here. So is Clip 102 and Raditya still fighting, still trying to get in this position, but he still says, stay behind me. Thank you very much here on the delivery of his car here. And stay behind they've had so far. I mean, they've been trying again and again to get past Kalvija, but to no avail.
Wow, that's a good bit of defending here from Cal, especially that he is under pressure from two very fast drivers driving for the same team, and that's not that detriment for a driver that's, you know, 2v1. You just cannot defend against a team that's attacking you. But if you can actually just keep your head in, look forward, and pretend that they don't exist behind you, sometimes it almost feels like the cars just drop behind as if they weren't there to begin with.
I mean, hot take, it still is one option they can do as teammates. Try to do the bump draft.
I mean, not recommended in these cars. It's not NASCAR. We cannot do the bump drive thing. So it's just unfortunate.
I mean, it's still an option if they really, really want to try to get past Kalvija.
Whoa!
Oh, dive into the inside. Straight away it goes Clip 102. Can he hold in the exit though? Kalvija will try to fight back around the inside of turn number 2 here. Bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel here as they come up to turn 3. But I think Cliff might just have the advantage here, being by virtue of being on the inside. But still, Kalvija is going to fight back around the outside, gets the momentum on the exit, and gets himself back into the lead.
Wow, that is really, really brave driving from Kalvija, because when you are on the outside there, you normally wouldn't be first favored to actually win that battle. But in this case, he did. He managed to actually hang on to that, and now still hang on to the lead. So that might have been the case sometimes for between these guys. How is it like with Monunutu, Maheswara, and between Vija? Meanwhile, we're looking at Evan Hosea in 4th place. That's a long way from behind, as Monunutu's on the inside.
Here we go again. Into the inside he goes. Kalvija, though he does still have a lot of speed on the outside, still keeps a position coming out in the turn. Incredible stuff here from Kalvija.
And Monunutu might be feeling very frustrated that he's still behind him. So no matter what he's doing right now, Vija is been able to just have an answer for every single attack so far. And unfortunately for the Pantera driver leading this race, he still has 6.5 minutes left to go here to do every single thing the same way right up to the end of this race.
Yep, so Raditya Maheswara in the meantime is also hanging on behind. I mean, if Cliff is not able to get the best of Kalvija, he's going to be in the best position to try to fight here for BRM. But as of right now, the Velocity Pantera team car is still going to be taking the lead here for our Copper class, and we still have another half of this race to go.
And I think I saw a few overtaking maneuvers further behind because we saw it here. There we go. That's Charles De Vega being attacked by Lashman, I think. Is Lashman eRacing? Yeah, for the HSM team. We saw it earlier at the top of the screen. Just as we were seeing the beat leaders come across the line, De Vega's on the outside, eRacing is on the inside, and it looks as though eRacing might have actually gotten a very good drive out of that final corner, and he will take the position coming to turn number 1, or is he?
He's a little early on the brakes there. Already Charles is much later than him on the break, so he will be able to take this position back. But that's put now Lakshman into the clutches of Seth Martin, who I believe is the car right behind him here. So he's going to have to try again on this next lap if he wants to try to get past De Vega.
And in fact, gonna give a bit of a highlight to a driver who was up there in the top 5 earlier, Wei-Shin Wong. What happened to him? He dropped all the way back to P30 because you can see the timer that's actually been routed right now. But Wei-Shin Wong driving with the Uma Musume colors of Daitaku Helios. Unfortunately, not such a good race or showing the way here for Wei-Shin Wong coming up to the back of, I don't know who's that car in front, Tamim Nasir. So driving for the Ma Baba Duar team, the Bangladeshi, he's falling way behind here.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough one here. And knowing Wei-Shin, like, it's quite unusual to see him so far back in the pack. So we'll see whether or not he'll be able to get a good recovery later on when we get into race number 2. But as of right now, though, things are still very much tight in that front end here. Kalvija still trying to hold off both Clip as well as Raditya. Evan Hosea has actually fallen quite far back from this battle for the lead here, but he's still going to be pretty settled in that 4th position, as Ezra Collins still about 4 seconds behind. Then you've got Lakshman Charan as well as Seth Martin in 6th and 7th, Ajisaka in 8th, Joshua is in 9th, and Muhammad Fatur Rahman, our pole position holder, he's only back up into 10th.
But he will be on pole position for race number 2 if he stays where he is at this point right now. So not all is lost for him. He still has plenty to look forward to in race number 2. But again, how it might have been had he not been spun around. So I'm not sure what happened, because on our camera when we were viewing it, he wasn't spun around. He still was going in the right direction. Then when we jumped back to him, he was looping around already.
I mean, again, it was very chaotic, that start, right at the first turn itself. So I wouldn't even discount that maybe even people like Wei Shen Wong got caught up in that as well, which is why he got pushed all the way back into that 30th spot. So as of right now, I think things have more or less calmed down here. We got another 3.5 minutes to go. Still having a bit of a battle for the lead, although the gaps have gotten much wider since the earlier part of this race here. Is Kalvija. Wow, I mean, again, still thinking about that, like attempt after attempt here by Cliff Mononutu, just still be met by Kalvija being able to fight back and retake the lead every single time.
Yeah, a very good answer to every single attack that he's had so far. Maybe he's gotten a bit of racing tips in between that period.
I mean, it's got a big tip on the backwards bumper, you know, just stay behind me.
Oh, well, that's not a tip, that's more like a warning. That is almost arbitrary to those guys saying that, nope, you're not gonna have it take me for position. It's
Mononutu loses it a little bit on exit there, but Raditya is not close enough to end up alongside him that time yet. But that does mean that I think this what was initially a very exciting battle for the lead here, I think it's pretty much been put on the cooler now, as these guys are going to be settled into their P1, 2, and 3 positions.
Meanwhile, this is the name that we got our eyes on. In fact, it was Kal that hit the wall earlier in one of the Satori cars. So we know that in Indonesia there's a guy named Batman bin Suparman who resides in Singapore, but this is literally taking it a step far, and he's Clark Kent.
Nice.
This is the real Clark Kent.
I wonder if it's Muhammad Kal-El bin Joel.
Yes, and he comes from Krypton as well. And we're not talking about Krypton, the makers of Hatsune Miku.
Not at all. But yeah, I think even our producer enjoyed that little joke there, as we are now approaching our final minute of racing here. I believe Kalvija is still in the lead, still being chased by Cliff Mononutu. There we have him on the screens. His teammate still behind, Raditya, still falling back in that time there. So again, I think pretty much they've already settled into their track positions here. Just going to be looking forward to seeing that checkered flag here. Our championship leader, Evan Hosea, still in that 4th place. He's going to miss out a bit on the podium here, but the amount of points he's still going to be getting out of this still could keep him in the lead here for the Copper Championship.
Indeed, he actually had quite a good first round of the season, so we've seen some really good Copper drivers dominating first rounds, but Evan seems to be that kind of driver with a cool, calm personality to take it all the way to the end of the season and still maintain the pace. So maybe this is just damage limitation. I don't think we can even use that word right now, because his main rivals are nowhere to be seen.
Exactly. I mean, again, he's very secure in spite of the fact he misses out on the podium here. Now we're in the final 45 seconds here. Again, Kalvija, what a bang-up job he has done to defend that lead here, and he's going to pretty much keep that and hopefully see that checkered flag first. Cliff Mononutu still going to continue to try to push, but this is going to be his last shot now in this final lap.
Yep, meanwhile, we'll keep Evan Hosea on our screen. In fact, that says, as Colin, again, our camera is just going a little bit nuts right now, because we still cannot pick up the amount of cars on track. In fact, it's 37 cars that started this, so any battles can happen in which way at one point, and we can't pick it up because of the track itself not doing any favors for us.
Again, you know, that's why we had the pre-qualifying yesterday here. So just a number of like participants this time around. It's just been insane to comprehend here. But yep, as of right now, Kalvija is just moments away from enjoying that checkered flag, while the rest of the grid are coming across the line right now to be on the final lap. In fact, he's already going to be kicking things off now in this final sector. guess like in these Ginietas as well, it's gotta be so fun actually trying to race here in Fuji. I mean, the car itself is very light, so it does have very good power to weight ratio, and these kind of uphills here can be super slidey, as we've seen some drivers lose control sometimes around here, but Calvija is just keeping it nice and cool and chill compared to how he was in that midst of the battle with Cliff Manutu.
And Raditya Maheswara, but he comes out of the final corner. Then he stayed off every single attack possible and still coming out smelling like a rose. And in fact, you can see, what's happening there between the two BRM drivers. So it looks as though Raditya is giving a draft to Mononutu. Maybe they want to stay to finish it. Whatever it is, we're not taking it away from Calvija. Comes across the line, takes victory here. Maheswara comes across the line. Photo finish between the two well-up random cars, and Dancer Mononutu spins out. I'm not sure if that was actually team orders because, because Maheswara is actually third place in the championship. So no wonder there was a bit of team orders.
Wow, I mean,
this early?
Hats off to Cliff, really. I mean, again, he was almost on the verge of getting that first place in the battle with Calvija, but at the very end here decides, to be the team player here and to give his teammate who is leading for his team in the championship here to get the points he needs to keep the battle going. This is, incredible here from Cliff.
Yep, meanwhile, more and more drivers are coming across the line.
Yeah.
Very close finishes, and there we go. The rest of the field come by. We can't even pick them all up because there's so many of them on track right now, Jet. We can't even look anywhere left, right, and center. But whatever it is, this is your top 10, and one of those drivers is looking really, really good here to take a huge haul of points coming into the third round of the season. Calvija, your race winner.
Yeah, and surprisingly as well, Ezra Collin finishes P4 ahead of Evan Hosea, so there may have been a pass just off camera here between the two, and Ezra is the one who's going to claim best of the rest here in 4th position. So Evan Hosea finishes in 5th, Ajisaka finishes in 6th position, Joshua Chin in 7th, and still more argy-bargy action going on here inside the sand pits. Seth Martin finishes in 8th, Lakshman Ilacheran finishes in 9th, and Lu Chu Han finishes P10.
So there we go. That's all the drivers have actually come across the line here. And now we're waiting for the server to take over to the next race. And hopefully we can actually catch a bit more of the action from everywhere, from top to bottom, because it's just difficult to keep track sometimes when the cameras are trying to focus on one car, but then the timing screen is not giving us any favors here.
It seems like Chad's really enjoying the Superman joke. In fact, I think we're going to be calling Muhammad Kal-El Superman from now on. I think, well, I mean, that's a pretty good nickname for a racer, to be fair.
Superman.
Superman. Fastest. Is he the fastest man in the world?
Well, unfortunately, he found kryptonite early.
Yeah,
because he crashed out into the barriers right at the very start. So that was the Satori car. Nice colors, by the way. I really approve of the livery they have for this one. It's just really on point. You can tell what team it is, and they can carry that forward as brand identity. But for now, Calvija, well, yes, our producer got something better. Muhammad Superman.
Muhammad Superman.
Yes.
I mean, certainly someone who's never going to miss prayers, isn't he?
Nope. If he was able to fly, yes. He can, or he takes a bike and fly, whichever works. Those who are of the Southeast Asian persuasion, you'll know what Marumpit is and what they mean by Superman.
So yeah, we're going to be getting ourselves set up now for our second race of the Copper Class round number 2. We still have 2 more races to go after this. It's crazy to think about that sometimes because wow. But yeah, we still have lots of action in store for you guys for the rest of this evening here. So Calvija takes race win here for the Copper Class in round 2. Can he gain some more good points here, because the reverse grid is going to be applied to the top 10. So Lu Chu Han, who did finish in 10th position, he's going to be starting in pole for this next race here. So he's going to be joined alongside I believe it could be Lakshman, or is it Joshua? I think it's Lakshman Ilacheran who's going to be alongside. Joshua is going to be in the 2nd row alongside Seth Martin, Ajisaka, Evan Hosea in the 3rd row, Cliff Mononutu, Ezra Collins going to be in the 4th row. Raditya Maheswara and Calvija is going to be in that in the 5th and final row of the reverse grid.
Yeah, but as you can see there's a huge line of cars right behind of Lu Chun Han, and he will be happy that he's on pole position. No, in fact, that's not Lu Chun, that's Joshua Chin. There he is. The VPRT Academy drivers are up in front, but We're going to get out of the way very soon now, as the lights on the canteen will come on now. And when they go out after this, it will be the final race of 2 for the second round of Globalist 19 for the Copper class. And we are underway now. And it looks as though a bit of a wheel spin there for Liu Chuhan. Yeah, oh, further behind. Collision already off the start. Well, that's quite common, isn't it? Someone forgot to put a clutch in, and it's all kicking off further behind. Meanwhile, up at the front, Seth Martin punches through. Lashman comes through as well.
Oh, but goes completely off.
Yeah, misses the breaking point completely onto the gravel trap. He was in the lead only for a few moments.
Yeah, but who's in the lead now is Seth Martin, who's going to be leading the pack going into the third turn. He's got Liu Junhan as well as Evan Hosea chasing in closely behind. Looks like the survivors of the start has managed to make their way through, but certainly big kerfluffle already at the start of race number 2. Look out! Joshua Chin spins round here, and he's out of the top 10.
And completely out of the points as well, for good measure. Oh, there's a bit of after. No. His teammate caused that one, and that's Hadif Irfan. Hadif, who was actually at 1 point up in the top 10, also spins around. We cannot pick him up right now because our camera's going a bit wonky as more and more drivers are going off the track.
Yeah, we're on board Joshua here, who has rejoined the race in 23rd place. Got Arif Rahman right behind him, trying to poke in, but couldn't quite find a way through. Fighting Mubarak in the meantime, fighting with Yogi Masaji as we enter into the bottom. And Tristan gets caught up and pushed into the wall.
And that's late braking, very late braking. Too late, very late. And knocks into the unfortunate Wei Shin Wong. And unfortunately, that Daitaku Helios livery has gotten a bit of airtime. And more drivers trying to go for the slalom. Someone missed the commit completely. And just even more so, we can't do it anymore. It's simply not possible.
Are we motor racing or are we having a slapstick comedy fight right now? Because cars just flying off of the track left, right, and center here. And in all that confusion here, Joshua Chin somehow made up several places. He's now in 15, fighting Senpul Bagas here into the final quarter and onto the main straight.
And someone's entering the pits for good measure. Someone's going to the pit lane. Would you believe it? Someone's in the pit lane just at the end of lap 1. We can't even pick it up. There it is. Seth Martin! Seth Martin! He's got to the drive-through. No! What happened there? He might have jumped the start. No wonder he had a blind over start. He jumped it.
Oh my goodness. This is just... Oh my goodness. I'm just going to wait until the checkered flag before actually calling anything right now, because this is absolute chaos on track right now.
And here comes the rest of the field coming by. So that's Wei Shin Wong in 29th. He's dropped all the way to 35th. Oh, that is painful. And that's right, Nitya Mayaswara, third place finish, second place finish in the first ring. He's dropped to 31st. What is going on?
This is just insane. I think Ajisaka might be the one in the lead here.
I don't think so. We still have to, because it says Ajisaka, but oh yeah, it is Ajisaka. Yeah. Thank God for that, because the timing screen sorts itself out right at the correct moment. But there's your race leader for real this time.
I mean, Ajisaka's gotta be thankful that he survived all of that chaos in the first couple of laps. But man, we still got 12 minutes of racing to go here, and who knows what's gonna happen next as Lakman gets on the inside of Song Bao Sheng. Song Bao still able to keep it under braking, still keeps his car just ahead of Lakshman here and stays in P3. In the meantime, looks like Clip Monodutu is having a bit of trouble here, trying to hold out Charles Ibeka as well as Muhammad Fatur Rahman as they go uphill now through Sector 3.
And finally, we can actually put a picture-in-picture here just to see, illustrating the championship battles as... Oh no!
Bega!
The Bega went off a bit wide there. That allows Fatur Rahman to come through. Now we can actually go back up between Lashman and Song Bao Sheng.
Yeah, Song Bao Sheng has a good insight into, he's actually much ahead here, so I don't think it's going to be much of a slipstream here for Lakshman to take advantage of, although it feels like its momentum is still pretty good coming on the exit. In fact, it's actually gaining on the Song Bao Sheng, so he could potentially try to take this fight to the first turn.
Even before the first turn, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the amount of slipstream that the Janetta that we're on board with is getting onto the start-finish straight. In fact, not even before the first corner, so he's still going side by side. So you pointed that out, Vic, that he couldn't get it by, and he still couldn't get it by because he red lines. Because this cars, when they hit 6K, they just cannot get any further than that, but he gets through.
Yeah, Song Bao Sheng goes over the track, so that slowed him down, certainly, as he flashes his lights in frustration as Lakshman moves up into P3, I believe, on the board.
Yep, P3 indeed, and the fact our camera, we can still pick up anybody on the track because there's so many cars left, right, and center that it's going haywire. Remember, 37 cars started, in fact, 38. We saw Dafa Ramadan coming in, so he managed to remember that today is a race and he joined in just in time.
Yeah, just in the nick of time indeed. Well, we still have another 2/3 of this race remaining here, and Ajisaka still in that lead. Aryan Aditya, I believe, is in second. Lakshman currently in third, and then now we're on board Song Bao Sheng as he tries to fight back, coming in the turn, way over onto the apex there. That's not how you do the overtake there, my friend.
Yeah, he nearly rose up like Jesus because we had a driver named Joe Peter the Jesus. So we got Jesus and Superman in one lobby. No wonder it's
Jesus and Muhammad Superman, don't forget.
Yeah, Muhammad Superman. So
now we just need like a Buddha as well as oh my goodness, I don't think I want to take this journey
no. we don't. Oh no!
Hit in the back, never clip 102 cents. Steve Vega straight into the tire barriers and out of the top 10.
No, not yet. He's still in there, but can he get it started? No, he's actually stalled it.
He stalled it.
And there's a comforter behind spinning as well. On cue, just as we were watching, he managed to get it rolling again, but I don't think we just don't know how to do this anymore.
I think our commenters put it best here. It's not the commentators' curse, it's racist cursing the commentators here. Shout out to Yoda is Yoga, by the way.
No, I think that's Jonathan's here. Jonathan is the one that is doing the thing for that. No, it's not cursing at the commentators. The drivers are cursing themselves.
Pretty much, I think, at this point.
Oh, there we go!
The only big thing that's bigger, isn't it? Gone completely off on turn 1. Oh my goodness.
When it rains, it pours.
It does pour indeed here, as he's now going to have to fight his way through the midfield. No idea where exactly he is in terms of standing right now. I do know that Lakshman still should be on the podium. Yes, indeed, still on the podium. You got Aryan in front and Ajisaka further up in front in the lead of the race.
Oh yeah, in fact, we should jump to Aryan instead because it's only about 0.8 of a second the separation between Ajisaka in the Zatori car and the Balapan random car of Aryan Aditya. That is an Indonesian versus Indonesian battle for the win. So, this is going to be quite a ding-dong one because let's see who's the better of the two Indonesians here, Vic.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight one here, and there's still a lot of racing still remaining. More than 8 minutes to go here, so Ajisaka's hold on the lead, not exactly that secure here, as Aryan seems to be gaining on him in this final sector here, so oh boy, we could have another battle for the lead on the cards here.
Yep, in fact, fourth place even, because Mononutu, who knocked out Song Bao Sheng earlier, he's now up to the cusp of the podium. Now, let's see if that podium is still going to be an asterisk if Song Bao Sheng protests that one.
Yep. Oh, look at that. Aryan Aditya with the fastest lap here. Oh no, it's actually going to be Cliff. I think it's fast lap. Maybe even someone else further behind, as we still got another 36 cars on track right now. As we now come into the turn, I think I see Aditya attempting to get himself very close after braking in that first turn. But I think Ajisaka, nope, still very much ahead here, coming up into turn number 3. So no change in position quite yet, as the rest of the drivers are still piling through.
Yep. And we can't even pick out a battle right now because everyone's close to each other. But in terms of who to pick out, we'll have to focus on the race leaders because it is still close between them.
Give you guys an update as well as where our championship leader, Evan Hosea, will end up as we wait the timing monitor to settle itself down. But certainly a lot of excitement here for Ajisaka as well as Aditya, who has somehow survived the first 7 minutes of this racing to now try to battle it out in the final 7 minutes of racing here. Ajisaka locks up quite hard, but I think Aryan also slides a little bit on that corner.
Wow, massive slide from the both of them. You thought that Ajisaka was going to lose the position because he made a mistake, but then Aditya really flicked it coming through just to get the car settled in there. And as a result, the net loss between the both of them is about the same.
So still very much status quo up in front. Lakshman in the meantime still 2.5 seconds behind, so it's not really a factor in this lead battle. In fact, he's actually a lot closer there. Look at Mononutu cuts under him in the final corner, but Lakshman should be able to get the better of him on the exit though, as Cliff goes off onto the curbs, but they will be side by side here. It's going to be a drag race now, a very long one to turn 1.
Yep, now we can use this swing camera and see where everybody is on track. There we go, that's a nice shot. Look at that, side by side between Lakshman and with Cliff Mononutu, but Mononutu is going to end up second best in this one unless he gets a massive dive around the outside.
Yeah,
no,
not like this. He tried to dive, loses control, and even Lakshman loses control as well as he's breaking into turn 1. What the heck is happening here?
Who's going to recover faster? No! Mononutu spins in a second time. Well, there he goes. His chances of a podium for a second straight race. And there's our race 1 winner called Fuji coming through. So, regardless of what race it is, they're both still stuck to each other.
Oh my goodness. What is happening, ladies and gentlemen? This is absolute chaos right now in round number 2, and I think we're still not done. We still have another 5 minutes of racing here, and who knows who's going to be the next victim.
Yes. Oh, man.
I mean, conversely, like, we're seeing our race 1 winner here, Kyle Vidja, who's currently, I think, in 9th or 10th position. Still very much didn't make much progress, I believe, in spite of this reverse grid here. So it pretty much stays where he is, and if he does, he still is going to be getting the final point here, unless he does pull fastest lap sometime in the next 4.5 minutes.
We'll see about that. It might be 9th or 10th because, again, it's just not really putting it properly for the timing screen, but it might just be half a second in it now. In fact, between Aryan Aditya and Ajisaka, so we'll keep an eye on this battle. As someone put it, really puts the car in carnage.
Maximum carnage. Indeed it is. So 4 minutes 20 seconds to go, and Fatur Rahman has actually gained thanks to the collision between not really collision actually, it was just basically mistakes from both Lakshman as well as Cliff that handed him possibly a position on the podium here for Fatur Rahman, so he's going to be too happy.
Wait, Aji might miss that. Aji might miss that for but no, Aditya does, and he spins it around, and just as we were trying to pick it up, our camera just went completely wonky, but Aditya has spun it, and now there we go. He's actually being attacked here behind him by, I think that's Muhammad Fatur Rahman.
Yep, I think Fatur Rahman, indeed it is Fatur Rahman. He will be cutting him going into turn number 3. Can he keep his car ahead? Not quite. Looks like Aditya is going to attempt to try to ride over the curbs to stay alongside and stay ahead of Muhammad Fatur Rahman. And in 130R, he actually puts a little bit of a brake check for good effect.
Yeah, block past him, but that's quite fair. We saw something like that before a couple of years back.
He's gone wide. It's gone a bit wide, and Fatur Rahman is going to try to cut him on the inside, so it looks like he's still going to continue fighting with him. And this is a battle for second place, mind you.
Yes, and it's a second place that has fallen further behind from our race leader Ajisaka. As now this is Aditya on the inside, Fatur Rahman on the outside. Fatur Rahman might actually get a better drive there. He does get a better drive because Aditya just stuffed up the corner on the inside, but a wider line means more momentum to come through, and he retakes second place. But Fatur Rahman comes back at him to take second place, but no way through either. All the while then, this allows Lashman Irincherin to come by.
Yep, Lakshman is actually catching up hard here. Fatur Rahman still attempting to get on the inside, but Aryan still has a lot of speed on the racing line here, coming into contact with each other now, going into the final turn. Fatur Rahman has the inside this time, but it looks like he will have to settle to being alongside yet again. But Aryan, no, he does close the door on him and the exit, still stays in P2.
And that allows Lashman to come back at the both of them here. We see some support from Lashman from his teammate, Kirin, aka Shakir Fitri. He'll be racing in the gold class later on tonight, but he is getting the slipstream. You can see visibly that he's getting much closer. He's just edging ever so closer to the back of Muhammad Fatur Rahman. Coming up to turn number 1, Fatur Rahman tries to look a bit of a dink. Lashman tries to, and let's see if he can get it stopped. Yes, luckily he does, because the last time by, he couldn't get it stopped because he got helped off by Cliff Mononutu. I'm
not even sure they even came into contact, because it seems like Cliff just pretty much slammed in the wall on his own, and Lakshman, for whatever reason, spun out on the braking, but got it together this time around to keep up in this battle here for P2, 3, and 4. Fourth place, of course, being Lakshman right now.
Indeed, as now there's some support from Void Star rated. I think that's someone related to Aryan Aditya. He is actually giving his fellow bro trying to will him on here. Between the battle of two Indonesians and a Malaysian, Lashman is the third guy in this particular trio. 4th place on the road right now.
Yep, Aryan a little bit slow on the entry into Sector 3 here, but all the cars concertinaing into each other here as they had to get themselves on the breaking point one after the other. Right now, this is all just handing a huge advantage now to Ajisaka, so he should feel pretty secure. Got 1 minute left. I believe he will be kicking off the final lap as he gets across the line. Yep,
he is just about through the final corner now, onto the main straight. We will see him very soon cross the line. In fact, we can try to focus on the battle behind these particular
Oh,
trio.
Charles Vega does
Yep.
get into the inside on the turn. Can't quite find his way past Leon Jensen, who still has momentum. You can see him on this big screen as well here, further in the background, as we still keeping an eye out on this battle for 2 places on the podium here. Lakshman still has a good shot at trying to wrestle his way through and to claim some hardware after this race, but still has to do it on track and still has to do it in this final lap. Padarahman locks up his brakes a little bit. That's going to cost him a bit in this battle, but Lakshman goes off as well, so not much gain between the two of them.
The Vega gets on the inside and he gets the position away, but Leon Jensen is going to fight him for it here. You can see them both on the inset and just at the top of the screen right there. Jensen's on the inside, Ilancharan's on the outside. He tries to go for the switchback, comes across and he actually makes it. We have to jump to that one because that looks epic. 3-way through, and behind them is another one of the BRM cars coming by. That is Zempel Bagas.
Yeah, oh my goodness, it really, that was quite the attempt there by Charles Vega, but still couldn't quite nail the landing, so to speak. And Zenpol now has been able to gain 1 onto him, so I believe it's 5th, 6th, and 7th respectively for the 3 of them. Because right now, again, I think still the battle going on for 2nd and 3rd as well. Aryan Aditya is still ahead as far as I can see. Charles Vega, though, gets on the inside. He's trying to get his position back for Zenpol. He does get the position back here just in the nick of time. As right now, into the front of the line here, I think Ajisaka has already crossed the line. Oh, no, he's coming up to the line, getting a bit of a drift in the final turn as well. A little bit of a early celebration here, but it's certainly warranted. He's 7 seconds ahead of Aryan Aditya as far as the timing monitor seems to say, but you can see the margin between him and the battlers in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Ajisaka, though, will be taking victory here in this 2nd race. Faturama is still attempting, but cannot quite find the exit speed he needs here, so he will settle to finishing behind Aryan Aditya, who finishes in 2nd place.
And then the rest of the field come by. Ilancharan behind there, as well as the Vega behind Jensen, so he can get by Bagas in 7th place as well. But I think there was a bit of a scramble towards the line. There it is. Ezra Collin is in 11. He will not get any points, but it is a drag race to the line. And then some, because Mononuti is on the grass even, just across the line there.
Finishing in style pretty much. Spins it around and throws up so much tire smoke into the air as the rest of the grid is now coming in to confirm their finishing positions.
And this is one of the drivers that we were tipping to do business, but unfortunately, it seems as though he had a wild round, Evan Hosea, and even more so, even more after the drivers are flying. Look at that car flying in the back! There's a car completely, I think that's Lu Chunhan. No, in fact, that's not Lu Chun. One of the drivers completely flipping. We don't know what to pick up anymore, seriously. It has gone completely to the dogs.
This has been the goofiest race I've ever seen in the Global Edition by far. And oh boy, like there's literally only 2 people on my mind right now. And they're not even in this race. 2 people. One is going to be our race steward, Afik, because there's going to be a lot of protests for him to process after this. And last but not least, KJ, who's going to be the one having to edit all this chaos here into a semi-coherent clip for social media later.
And you can hear there's a horn just now. Someone has a car horn just to make it even funnier right now. As the rest of the Zatori team are coming through, we'll give them a bit of a money shot. There we go.
Hey. Nice.
The Sergeant Lee horn. Yeah, from Dukes of Hazzard. So yes, very nice touch.
Very nice touch. And Donut as well. He wanted to go around his teammates but couldn't quite get the drift done well. My goodness, that is just crazy, chaotic, carnagic. I don't know what other adjectives you can put it. This has just been one heck of a race here, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, the best way to describe it is cathartic. I think because we were laughing and crying at the same time.
I know, my stomach still hurts, guys. It's crazy race, man. But again, not to take away from our winner race number 2, Ajisaka. I mean, he pretty much survived. He drove and he survived this second race here. Great action there between like Aditya as well as Faturahman. Then we got Lakshman and Klim Mononutu. Unfortunately, just crashing out. I have no idea what happened with them, but they lost out on a podium finish here as a result. Man, I mean, there's just so much to go through here, but we still have to keep this show going. We got 2 more races to go. We've got our bronze class coming up, and then of course the silver gold class race to end this evening here. My name is Victor Cagstrom, and here's Ammo. We'll be taking a short break, but we'll be right back after these messages.
Oh, wow. What a race.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back. Sorry. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to eRacing GP. We just had a belly full of laughs watching our copper race earlier on, but now we're going to be going on to our bronze class race. So this is going to be our penultimate race of the evening here. Hope you guys have enjoyed all the action so far, because we still have a lot more to show you guys here. So let's have a look now at where things stands for our drivers here in the bronze class. Jaden Liao, of course, is the leader in this championship, 39 points to his name. He leads Neil Harris by 11 points here. So the Singaporean overcoming the Malaysian for now. Bima Surya from Indonesia in that third position here, also with 28 points. So this it looks like it's still going to be a very competitive season here for bronze even.
Yeah, and 3 nationalities in the top 3 proves that, doesn't it? How close it is. Though it takes a bit of a sting away knowing the fact that a couple of the contestants on the Malaysian side may not be here tonight because they're actually doing another race at Race Room as well, the endurance that is on their first round of the season. So we might not be seeing Neil tonight. In fact, Neil will be racing here tonight. In fact, another racer that we took part in the race just now, Diana, should be racing over in Race Room too.
Yeah.
So 2 for 1 in one day for some of the drivers.
And convenient enough for her because the women's class race finished much earlier, so she was able to hoof her way over to take part in that other race. Now we're going to be on board here as qualifying has just kicked off right now. We've got the cars filing out of the pits here, get started in their out laps.
And coincidentally, we did not really plan that one. Jaden Liao was the first driver we actually picked coming out of the pit. So that is our championship leader after round 1 in the Cupra for LOR Ascent.
Yeah, and literally was the first one out of the pit, so already he was vying to try to get himself up into pole position here. We saw some very impressive times during practice. In fact, Chandra Mauli Adnan during practice set a 45-1.
Yes.
That's crazy hard to beat here, I think, even for this bronze class.
And in fact, for reference, the practice time for the women's classes now with Genevieve Boy, she did a 45.9. So she's only 8/10 off from Chandra. So really then, it's no wonder that, segue to that one, is why Genevieve Boy is back again for a second straight race.
She couldn't had enough of only racing in the women's class. She's also showing that girls can get it done too. This time ends the bronze class. So let's see whether or not she'll be able to match that kind of performance we saw during practice. And as for the rest though, oh boy. So Bima Surya is also still in this fight here, so could potentially get himself up into P2 if he can get a good qualifying position and a good finish for race number 1 here. We're on board with Genevieve. She's entering Sector 3. I think Jaden is already getting himself started right now with his first lap. Not sure what's going on in his onboard there.
Yeah, well actually, apart from what happened to the onboard, you saw just now he ran very wide to turn number 1. And behind him, he's got cars for company in the form of Bima Surya and Aiden Tan.
Yep, all 3 cars following each other now, going through turn 3. As they're all on their flying laps here, but a little bit too close for comfort. Aiden Tan, in the meantime, he's the one who's got purple in Sector 1.
Well, now not purple anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah. In fact, that purple sector has fallen to the other Tan, Jeff Tan, the Malaysian Tan, with 2 tangents. And no, I'm not going to go full trigonometry. We're not going there. That's why we're not mathematicians. Anyway,
so, let's see. Bima Surya is actually gaining a little bit onto Jaden Liao, and Jaden, of course, remember he's the championship leader right now. He's even the leader of the pack going into this first of the qualifying laps here. He's only gotten the yellow sector 2, so not exactly hitting the ground running per se. Still plenty of time left in this qualifying though, so let's see. As 3 cars still a little bit too close here for comfort, especially in the qualifying session. But it's great to see that 2 of the top 3 here, Jaden Liao and Bima Surya, are literally next to each other here in this qualifying session.
Yeah, but we're really watching Aiden Tan because Aiden, the third in this particular trio, might actually get the benefit of the slipstream from the both of them in front and will be probably provisional pole position after this.
Yeah, I mean, if like he briefly had purple sector 1, he's still gone green in sectors 1 and 2, so he's still having good time. Now let's see what it looks like when he gets it all together here. Across the line, the 3 cars go. Bima Surya is actually the one who's got faster here. 146, almost flat, but Chandramauli comes in, breaking into the 145s, as does Jeremy Yao, as well as Jeff Tan, Ronaldo J. Alojado as well, getting into the 145s.
Wow, Jeremy then, well, he's the only representative for the Racing Labs QRT team for this one. Wants to keep the team in the championship points in the top 10 after this, because he's got his work cut out. Really has plenty of drivers behind him with intent on trying to spoil his day here, but it's provisional pole for now. 45.1, exactly the same as Chandramauli in practice.
Yeah, Aiden Tan just got another purple sector 1. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep it this time, as Jeremy Yao only goes yellow in that. Loses out by 15 milliseconds. In fact, let's see, Sharif Dairani actually also got himself up into P2 provisionally here with a time of 145.4. So wow, looking very competitive right now in this qualifying session. So we now are coming out of Sector 2 here. Aiden Tan going to be caught up a little bit here by both Jada as well as Bima Surya, who is still bumper to bumper right now in this qualifying session. The Sector 2 time definitely didn't benefit from that.
Yeah, but he's still about 0.5 of a second faster than his previous time, as Jeremy now gets a 35.8, fastest second sector of all. We're looking at Aiden right now. Aiden is really stuck behind these two. And if he thinks that this particular is a write-off like what Bima Surya has done, Bima has actually thought better of it and allows his car to be in the third driver in this particular train to get himself some breathing space.
Yeah, but that's going to be needed very much in this kind of qualifying session here. Jeremy Yao, in the meantime, has caught the second purple, the Sector 2 purple here on track, and again, still remains in that provisional pole. So Aiden Tando may have a good shot to try and take it, but no, the third sector didn't come together for him quite. Jeremy Yao, in the meantime, tries, he gets the drive coming off Jeff Tan there and actually gets himself improvement, breaks from 145 into the 144s he goes.
And faster sector 3 for good measure. So thanks to Jeff Tan, Jeremy can think, okay, that's it. I can rest for the rest of the session. And boy, oh boy, did he make the most of that one.
Yeah, he's gonna sit there and just keep looking at that picture of the BMW in his car right now as he reminisces on the past seasons here at Global Edition. No, in fact, this is gonna be jumping straight out.
No, in fact, I think he wants to practice his starts. Because there is a launch control feature in these cars, and if you know how to harness it and time it right, it can get you a lot of positions off the line.
Yeah, and doing it the legal way as well, coming out of the pits and alongside at the pit entry as well.
Sorry. Yeah, trying to pick up their Sharif Dairani, in fact, one of the JPRT cars, and he is on a flyer as well.
Although Ronaldo's just picked up fastest sector 1 here, so looks like he may be another contender here, possibly for that pole, but he needs to be able to get better sector 2s and 3s compared to Jeremy in order to really compete with him, and that's going to be quite a tall order, I believe. There's Chandra Mali, Adnan, and Jeff Tan, a little bit of a scrap and fret ahead of him.
Yeah, but Chandra then in 4th place, about 7/10 of a second behind Jeremy, so he wants to probably do the same thing like what Jeremy did and use Jeff Tan as a slipstream.
So Jeff, poor Jeff's just gonna have to lend slipstreams here to the provisional pole guys, or potential provisional pole. We'll see whether or not Chandra Mali will be able to pull this one off here, as Ronaldo Jado, still green in sector 2, still holds that purple sector 1 though, so this is looking promising for him. Currently provisionally P3, moves up to P2, coming up the line 145.151.
Wow, wait, what a time there, and only about 2/10 off, so the slipstream is powerful, and for his benefit, he's actually still behind him for this second run.
Yeah, that's going to benefit him a lot here. So, oh boy, Jeremy still, I mean, again, still on the provisional pole. He's still the only driver right now who's broken under 145. But Ronaldo J. Alojado's progression looks like he's on the verge of breaking that barrier as well.
Yep, as you can see, Chandra monstering the curve. He went 2 wheels there, and to his detriment, has actually cost him time. That first sector slower than his previous best. That will not do him any favors here. It is not going to do him any favors by sliding it like that either.
Yep, sliding a little bit off of the track there. Together with Ronaldo Shavi Dairani, who briefly was in P2, or rather, was also briefly P1. So now relegated down to P3. Chandra Mali Adnan blocking up heavily right now, going into sector 3. Still looking whether or not anyone else is going to be picking up purple sectors here.
Remains to be seen though, because again, I think by the time that everyone gets a bit spread out, you don't get a slipstream anymore. We're still focusing on Ronaldo. We will try to compare as well his lap times with Chandra's, because it looks as though Chandra is... Oh no, Ronaldo, no, that's it. That's not going to do him any favors at all.
Yeah, no, it's going to be the next lap for him, unfortunately. I mean, even his sector 2 wasn't even doing that good, so he's going to have to focus on this next, maybe even the lap after this, maybe, because he's gone completely off on that final turn there onto the curbs. And there's only 1 minute left in qualifying. He will be able to beat the clock, still will be able to push another lap, but he's going to be hoping hoping that the first sector this time around will be better.
Right, so this is the one we have to watch out for. And if Jeremy's on the lap, Jeremy's on the lap as well. So we get to see 2 drivers here potentially trying to battle for pole position. Adam Venice, in fact, Venice is right behind Dairani, so at least we got a bit of airtime for the young Malaysian Carter.
No.
Oh, well, that's not the way to do it, isn't it?
No, not at all. I mean, a bump in the back that's going to lose you speed on the exit, and well, with with him attempting now to get himself out of P23, that's not going to help him at all here, but might actually benefit Sharif somewhat. But then again, his first sector is still yellow, so neither driver really going to be doing well, I think, in this final, at the closing of this qualifying session.
And that's the end of it. He's off into the pit lane. Where is Jeremy? He's done the same thing as well. He stopped it right before the line for good measure, trying to practice his starts again.
Really just trying to go for full immersion here, I guess. Starting on the grid box here that he potentially might hold, but probably will hold because Ronaldo, Sharif, as well as Chandra Mali are all in the pits here.
Yeah. Oh, man. So many things to watch out for, but so little time to get everybody in focus. And meanwhile, Yoda is Yoga says, we had Jesus, we had Superman, aka Kal-El, aka Clark Kent, and now we have Man himself, Ronaldo. And he's in second place, so he's got plenty of airtime here.
I just wonder why they haven't started the Church of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, yes.
It just feels like only natural.
Yep, and you can see, there you go. You can see the rear end there, just hunkering a bit. That's what causes the car to actually go in and launch off like a attack hound.
Yeah, that's a very unique feature that they have here in these TCR cars, and something that these drivers definitely want to practice well here for the race start. I mean, knowing how close qualifying is. I mean, again, P1 all the way down to like, yeah, I mean, outside of P10 even. It's all within a second of qualifying time. This is incredibly tight.
And you can see why the throttle's not on full right now. It's because the launch control's on. So the car is actually not 100% on the bubble here. He's trying to get the best launch possible, because otherwise, if he bogs it, he's gonna get swamped by the rest of the field. But I think he's one of the very few drivers that knows that the traction control system is quite OP in these things.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, you want to have the best possible launch, and this launch control system that is present in this TCR, mastering that is going to be key for the race start. And knowing that Jeremy Yao is going to be in pole position, he definitely will want to get a good start. He's joined by another driver as well, also practicing his launch controls.
In fact, we'll see who that driver is. It's Kenny Lim, so that's another one that hates some guys. And you can hear the throttle, the revs, right? It's not 100% revs. It's actually being controlled somewhat to prevent the car from wheel spinning off the line. So that's actually a cool little feature that the TCR cars have, which Jeremy is trying to harness to his full will.
So that is the end of qualifying now. The timer has run out, and we are going to be resetting ourselves into race number 1. Jeremy Yao is still the pole position holder and will be starting in the front row alongside Ronaldo, J. Alojado, Shari Dairani, and Ethan Rubio will be in the second row. Ethan actually pulling off a massive lap towards the end of this to overtake Chandra Mauli Adnan, relegating him down to the third row alongside Judiel Nino Gonzalez. Then we got Jeff Tan and Aiden Tan, no relation to each other, but will be on the same row to each other. Jaden Liao and Mohammad Azire rounds it up in the top 10.
So that's your entire field in a shell nut right up here. But for real though, it is a competitive field only because the fact that Jeremy got a huge slipstream off the back of Jeff Tan was he able to actually get into pole position that he is right now. As you can see, he says this, I miss my car. Well, he wouldn't be missing that car so much because the fact that it's front wheel drive, he saved it completely big time. We saw it last time out at Sepang, that massive big slide that he managed to recover just in time before he actually spun it completely. He won't be missing that BMW. He'll be loving this Hyundai after this.
Okay, who the heck? Okay, never mind. It's not showing up in the stream here, so I'm just going to ignore that. But also, big appreciation for the big E in front. We're back in 2014, boys.
E. Right, so that's your grid sorted, and we're waiting for everybody else to sort themselves out to get back onto the track. We're actually watching right now from Julio Nino Gonzalez. He is in P8. Not that much work to do, but someone who has a lot of work to do is Dave Chen. That's how far he is. He can barely see the start gantry at the start of the entire lap to go here.
Well, we'll see whether or not we're going to be having start shenanigans like we did the copper class. Hopefully not. Bronze class typically should be more skilled than that, and with the launch control of the TCRs, well, I mean, again, there could be mistakes there made there even, so who knows at this point. We got another 15 seconds to go before the lights on the gantries are going to be lit up. We got Jeremy Yao having pole position, and he will be enjoying this start here. He's practiced quite a bit. Let's see if that practice has all come together for him. Red lights goes on the gantry, and we're going to be off now for race number 1 of round 2. Jeremy Yao getting off the line. Pretty solid start there for Jeremy Yao as he leads ahead of Ronaldo getting into the turn. In fact, Ronaldo is under attack here by Sharif Dairani as well as Ethan Rubio. They are side by side currently as well as Sharif as well.
Oh!
Ethan platters into Jeremy Yao.
And Jeremy, because of that, has let the lead slip to Ronaldo J. Alojado. He's coming to the front, and beside him is Chandra Anandan with Julian Nino Gonzalez trying to come through as well.
Chandra still attempting to stay side by side, and Judiel Nino Gonzalez in the Petronas car is keeping up together with this battle. Ronaldo is not pulling too far ahead. Jeremy Yao, though, under attack from Judiel Nino Gonzalez, gets a little bit of a gain through 130R. Couldn't quite find his way past quite yet. And no bit of contact from the side as Aiden Tan comes through and slips by as unfortunately Judiel loses out massively due to that contact.
Yeah, in fact, more and more cars getting involved there. We can see from the overhead shot, he manages to recover. But for how long that he can try to get back here, because he was right up near the podium positions at one point.
Yep, oh, here comes Julia once more, diving on the inside of Muhammad Azari. 3 cars coming together, and Shari Dairani gets forced onto the grass as a result. Still a lot of kerfuffle going on here entering Sector 2. There's some cars in front a little bit slow, causing lots of contact in the back. One of the Velocity cars gets swung off into the side of the road.
Meanwhile, we're focusing on Genevieve now, our race 2 winner from the women's class earlier. She's actually managed to make her way up to P19. Let's get on board with her to see how the madness happens right in front.
Yeah, I got Jeff Chan, Vernon Ablair was trying to defend his position.
Oh, Judiel! Judiel
spun around, and 2 cars coming to contact for Asmina, and oh my goodness, Genevieve just barely missed that by a mile, and now it's still moved up a couple places, but it's under attack.
And more cars spinning further behind. It's all kicking off everywhere, and the drivers are literally just cursing each other off, as what Yoga would say.
Yep, Genevieve still in this, still in the fight, still in 18th place, gained a place as a result of the contact and the lots of chaos in that first lap. We're still on board with her right now. She's attempting to try to get the breaking point just right. Another car in front. Ethan Rubio and Shari Dairani in contact with each other, slow and regaining back, and Genevieve takes out the blades, but no, she gets slipped off into the grass.
Save it! From full frontal, and she does. Oh, what a save.
What a save. Spam that in the chat right now. Genevieve has just kept the car back on the track.
Oh, man, but to her detriment, she lost so many positions because of that. But she's lucky to still meet the race and kept the car going in the right direction. Meanwhile, Jaden Liao has actually hit off Joe Kelly Mabao. Joe Kelly Mabao gets spun off there.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the car is still very crowded. It's still very crowded on the track right now, as you can see from 35 cars. They're still out on the track, still jostling with each other. Jada Liao now fighting with Kenny Lim. It's going to be alongside Chandramauli Adnan is currently in the lead of this race ahead of Ronaldo Alojado. Couldn't quite catch the pass on camera here. It's also got Jeremy Yao just behind Ronaldo has. So it looks like this battle for the lead still very much unsettled at this point.
Yep, and sorry that we had to miss that particular one, because up in the front, we need to know who's leading the race. That's the most important part. We need to know who's doing it. And Jeremy has managed to recover to P3 after being shoved out earlier.
Yep, so now they're coming in single file line. There's still lots of brake smoke going on in the back there. It's uphill braking, not exactly the easiest thing to do, even in normal circumstances here. Ronaldo, though, looks like he's trying to stay within the slipstream, and Chandramauli hasn't quite seen that he's got the momentum really to find him in turn 1. What would Jeremy do, though? Brakes relatively early, try to keep up, at least keep the gaps quite even between them here. Ronaldo a little bit wide, but no problem for him whatsoever to keep himself in P2.
Wow, it's still heating up in the front here with Chandramauli. And Chandra, if he keeps it up, he might just actually take the championship, because Jaden is nowhere to be seen right now after being knocked all the way to the back.
Yeah, I mean, he was outside the top 10, I believe, so...
Top 20 even.
Yeah, so he's going to have a heck of a lot of work to go here, even if he wants to try to get the reverse grid pole by finishing in P10. But meantime, I think Jeremy started to gain a little bit on Ronaldo, who conversely didn't quite keep up a momentum going through Sector 1 and 2 here against Chandramauli.
Yeah, but he might actually have a chance with Ronaldo in front. He tries to dive one inside. He's normally not that very aggressive, but he is really brave on the brakes and gets it, but takes a bit of a touch for Ronaldo. Luckily, though, he did not get tackled by Ronaldo and takes up P2.
Practically slamming the door into Ronaldo's nose there, pretty much, to get that P2 position. So now it's going to be him leading ahead here into P2. Chandramauli Adnan still in the lead of this race, not far behind this little battle here, so there could still be another one in the cards.
Yep, in fact, we're looking at Ronaldo through on the inside. He actually does get back on the inside of Jeremy. We're looking at the inset here between the two drivers, as Jeremy gets a better driver on the outside, takes away P2 from Ronaldo J. Alojado.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to take the slipstream throughout the straight here. Can he actually get the momentum, though, to catch him into turn 1? Chandramauli Adnan is going to be benefiting off of this, though, while the 2 scrap behind him here, allowing him to build up a bit of a lead. Ronaldo is going to take onto the inside, side by side now, under braking goes both of these cars, battling for P2, and looks like Ronaldo will still be able to keep himself on the line. Jeremy goes a little bit wide off of the curb, but still stays, keeps his nose ahead of Ronaldo, now going to turn 3.
Yeah, but Ronaldo then, he's going to be the one that's just sold short because Ronaldo cannot get by there and allows Jeremy to get back up to second place. Aiden Tan, though, he's watching brief. He might be able to actually nick a position over 2.
Maybe. I mean, he's definitely keeping a close eye on his battle here. Just waiting maybe for the inevitable between the two of them, but so far so good for Jeremy as well as Ronaldo here, still battling on the podium, but all that battling is allowing Aiden to just creep up onto them, and he's literally right up against Ronaldo now.
Yep, and they come up to the chicane here. This is normally a choke point, and it might just be very close between the 3 of them, but Jeremy hangs on to it as Ronaldo then gets a mirror full of Aiden Tan.
Yeah, he certainly did. 3 cars now, 2 still on the podium. Aiden Tan still having a good shot here, trying to take Ronaldo's position. Just need to keep it together in this third and final sector here. These cars are still coming through.
Yep, and well, it seems as though some of the craziness from the start has kind of settled in a bit, so it gives us an opportunity now to just see where the other drivers checking in earlier that we saw were involved in the wars. That's Julian Nino Gonzalez, but you can see more of the wars coming further in front of him. But we jump here because he was up at the front just now before getting knocked out as he overtakes Faisal Ali Shadani, who gets it a bit wrong. Jeremy Yao takes fastest lap away from Chandramauli Anandan. Here is Julio Gonzalez. He's right behind Haziq Aslan. No relation to this correspondent or the Aslans. Coming out to the start-finish straight now.
Yep. So I think very much things have settled down already. I think these guys are already getting into the rhythm here of the race. So this next 7.5 minutes could be relatively smooth. Although now I'm seeing Judio gaining onto Haziq Aslan. Tries to get slip onto the inside. Haziq tries to react but couldn't get in time. Just gonna have to do it under braking here. Does cut off him off right on the apex. Trying to hold back Judiel Nino Gonzalez, who didn't quite have the best of starts in this race. Is now looking to try to at least gain a position or 2.
And now we can checking back on Genevieve Oy because she had a wild start. And it looks as though it's not been the best of runs in the second one after she saved the car exactly right there. But it looks as though the time positions have sorted each other out. She is in 33rd place, right at the back, only just in front of Adam Venice, the younger brother to Mikael, I was thinking right, Mikael the Toyota Gazoo racing driver.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Adam Mikael, yeah. And the other older brother who took part in Formula 4.
I see.
So yes, a racing pedigree in this particular family, but for Adam Venice, he's taking the sim racing route, and it looks as though he will be taking the long route back to the front if it was the case where he finishes right now.
And speaking on the front, I think Aiden Tan's still very close to Ronaldo at this point. He's actually close enough here to maybe benefit a bit of slipstream. In the meantime, Jeremy now trying to get himself within a second of Chandramauli Adnan, while Ronaldo is now going to have to do defense here for his 4th position.
Yes, and in fact, I know he does have to defend 4th.
Position.
Yeah, he does have to defend 4th because Ozair is still about 7/10. I'm surprised Ozair managed to make it out to P5 after the wars at the start, but regardless of that, he is watching brief right now between Ronaldo and Aiden Tan. It looks as though Aiden dives very late on the inside. In fact, you would not want to do that. Going very narrow in a touring car can often mean certain lockup, but he gets it stopped in time and gets P4.
And even got a little bit of a boost on the exit there, actually, from Ronaldo. So right now they're going to be going in side by side. Ronaldo couldn't quite keep it alongside, though, and it's definitely very risky to do it alongside on that specific corner. So he settles in behind Aiden Tan. True 130 already go. They have to take a very brief tap on the brakes there to just keep the car rotating through that corner. Now Ronaldo is attempting to go on the inside, but Aiden just beats him to the punch under braking there. Still stays in P3. While the whole time, Muhammad Ozair is just keeping his eye out and his eyes peeled.
Yep, and he's watching brief again. That's a podium tantalizingly close on the cards. And if he doesn't get involved, he could get a position free from the
Ronaldo
podium.
goes with the dive.
Yeah, he does.
Goes
and
way off though. Aiden Tan does get it back in the next turn, but this is opening up the opportunity now for Ozair to try to come through. He tries to go around the outside, couldn't quite get it this turn. Can he get in the next one though? I think Ronaldo's recovered pretty well. Does get a bit of a ride over the curbs there as Muhammad Ozair keeps the pressure up here, going uphill.
Yep, but for how long can Ronaldo retain this pressure? Because he cannot be able to soak up anything right at this point. He's really all over the place, running that Elantra ragged to keep Ozair behind, but Ozair might just be able to get a slipstream onto the home straight.
Still trying to get the momentum off of the slipstream, and I think it's starting to work here for Ozair. He's probably going to have to do it under braking in turn 1 though, given that Ronaldo's trying to break the toe. Ronaldo actually slips onto the inside, trying to keep a good defensive position under braking here. So Ozaire's going to have to do it from the wide side. It's a bit later on the brakes, but Ronaldo beats him to the apex first, gets a better exit in front, and does close the door on him.
Yeah, there's no way he could get that done because around the outside, he just didn't have enough momentum. Ronaldo likewise managed to get it stopped while being a bit narrow, still maintains the position in front of Ozair. 4th place for now, but for how long?
Yeah, for how long indeed. I mean, we still got another 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this race, so still plenty of time here for 2 laps, maybe one more after that, depending on where Chandramauli Adnan takes the line at the end of this next at the end of the next 2 laps. So we'll see.
He might be enough, but in fact he's got back markers for Company and Jeremy right behind him for good measure. So we'll focus on Jeremy now because this is what we want to see, the battle for the race win, while we keep an eye out for Oze's onboard view right in our inset.
Yep, so looks like Jeremy's done very good progress right now on the uphill here to try to keep up with Chandramauli Adnan. Tries to keep up again. If he stays close enough to Chandra when he gets to the straight, he will benefit off the toe. And we saw what the toe could do for his pole time. Let's see whether or not he can use this to his advantage later on to try to fight for the lead of the race.
Yeah, out of the final corner they go, turn 16 onto the home straight. We're going to jump on board here and see what the difference is going to be like as there goes Ronaldo off the line, and he's going to go side by side alongside Ozair. Really, really going for it here between the two of them. As meanwhile, this is the battle that we're watching out for. Chandra's going very narrow, close to the pit wall. Jeremy follows him suit for the slipstream and to come out to turn 1, but Jeremy couldn't find a way that time. Now enough momentum. As meanwhile, we have to jump back to Ozair and Ronaldo. There he is. Ozair on the outside. He was pushed onto the grass by Ronaldo while we were watching the inset there and manages to get by the young Filipino.
It didn't even feel like Ronaldo gave him much car space onto the outside of the track even. So kudos to Ozair for being able to hold on to that. He was on the grass for nearly half the straight pretty much.
Yeah, he really was not giving any mercy whatsoever. He definitely wanted to defend the position, but Ozair, to his credit, kept the foot to the throttle, foot on the throttle, pinned to the floor, just didn't flinch.
So battle still heating up right now for the podium, and still the battle going on for the lead here. Jeremy Yao still within half a second of Chandramauli Adnan. Goes a little bit narrow here, but has to brake hard here entering into Sector 3. Chandramauli Adnan has seen him in the rearview mirrors, no doubt, but oh boy, the Ronaldo right now against Ozair. Ozair is still trying to hang on to the inside of the turn, still keeps himself ahead of Ronaldo, just barely though, but watch out, Jeff Tan is also joining in this battle pretty soon. He's just keeping an eye on the 2 battles in front as Ronaldo goes a little bit loose on the exit there, couldn't quite find his way into the inside of Ozair. He's going to try to go for the wide entry here, but still could not find the gains against the guy in 4th place.
And they're going to do the same thing again. Ronaldo goes on the inside. Ronaldo tries to dive one, and he's not diving for a penalty. He's diving for P4.
Good reference right there. Ozair, though, will benefit from a slipstream coming out of the exit, so he's definitely going to be in position to counterattack. Ronaldo couldn't break the toe, and now Ozair is right alongside him on the outside.
Oh, this is the boxy. We have to keep this view, as well as Chandra's view as well with Jeremy. In fact, Jeremy has actually gotten ahead, maybe.
Yeah.
We can't tell for sure.
No, maybe.
Yep, there we go. There's Jeremy on the inside. And then he can get by. We still have to look at 2 different battles here. It's so many things happening at one time. In fact, we probably need to jump out between Jeremy and Chandra. This is probably where the battle of the win comes really, really clutch.
Yeah, in fact, like literally it's all over. He was almost getting in through turn 1 just now. Chandramauli Adnan just barely got by on the exit there to still stay in the lead, but for how much longer? This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, so Chandra is just putting every single move he can to try to keep Jeremy behind, but Jeremy gets a hook on the inside. Now coming out of the 130R and into the final part of Sector 2, Jeremy Yao around the outside, still trying to gain as much speed as he can, but Chandra cannot really block him at this point. He will have to do it under braking here into this very hard braking point and still keep his car just ahead. Jeremy jumps over the curb, still stays in P2.
really over the ski jump. That was quite risky. He kept it all together then, as Jeff Tan has actually now overtaken Jose for P5. That is a ding-dong battle that's going to go all the way to the line, but we have to focus on the battle for the win. Around the outside goes Jeremy. Chandra on the inside, and would he actually have to open there because he has to get the momentum back coming up to turn number 16. This is going to be a challenge by the line. Around the outside goes Jeremy. He tries to cut across. This is going to be a drag race to the finish then through turn 16. They're going to go at it almost side by side after this. If Jeremy gets a good ride across the line, they are going to go for it. It is going to be a drag race to the line at Fuji. Who's going to win it? Is it Chandra or Jeremy? Across the line, Chandra wins it by 300ths of a second across the line. He manages to pull that off. Aiden out of our sights finishes third. Ronaldo fourth. Jeff Tan in fifth. And then where is the other driver involved in that one? Ozair. He's actually dropped all the way to P10.
Yeah, he's dropped all the way down and he's holding up a whole gaggle of cars, but he will still finish in P10 here. My goodness. Incredible drag racing line. This is exactly the kind of scenarios that Fuji Speedway does deliver here. And man, oh man, Jeremy missing out by 300 of a second there. That's an insane photo finish here.
Wow, and look at that. Respect between the both of them. Jeremy and Chandra had a great battle. I'm glad that we had the split screen as well to see what happened between Ronaldo, Jeff, and Ozair as they come across the line. But that was an absolute banger race. I think it actually beat race 2 in round 1, and that was an insane battle between 5 cars.
Well, we still have yet another race between these guys yet again. So, wow. If this is any indication, this is like this is gonna be a banger of a season, guys. I'm just feeling it. I mean, just switching now to these TCR cars, and after a brilliant round 1, we're still seeing brilliant racing into round number 2. This is shaping up to be quite the season for us here in GE19.
Indeed, and we can't wait to see what's in store next after this. We'll see more of the same in the TCR cars, Vic.
Oh boy. So wow, again, kudos to Chandra. This still managed to keep not only got like pole position, but wait, he didn't get pole position this time, but like he did manage to get the lead of the race here in spite of all the fighting with Ronaldo early on in the first lap. Then it pretty much was between him and Jeremy Yao. Like Jeremy had to make up like a 1 second deficit to Chandra Mauli.
Yes.
To a line, so he really had to play the long game in this regard. And I mean, it's just showing like the level of experience he's gained competing in these many rounds of ERGP has certainly helped him a lot here. So
yes,
it's just incredible to see that finish at the end.
And for Chandra, it's also vindication the fact that he had I've known him personally. I talked to him, and he felt a slight confidence hit after some leagues that he took part in that really didn't take off for him. But when the race wins got together, and for us both personally, we were both on the podium last year at Sepang during the virtual S1K for Race Room. He looked really like he was on top of the world because he's standing tall. He's very happy with the result, and he couldn't be more pleased with him because he came back from somewhat of a slump. But when he jumped right on it, he knew that he wanted to be back in this league to prove a point, and he has done so by taking a win in this second race and then some. First race and then some by just under a second from Jeremy Yao. In fact, the margin of victory was less than 300ths.
Yeah, so it's just crazy how close it was here. So this again, we're going to see how things will shape up when we get into race number 2 here. So as a result for Mohamed Zaire, I mean, he was early on trying to battle with Ronaldo as well as Aiden, but lost out massively. He's dropped all the way down to 10th place. But the good news for him, though, is he's going to be starting on pole for race number 2. It's going to be alongside Jeff Chen. We also got Jordan McNeil and Adian Shah. It's going to be starting in the second row for race 2. So that's also 2 drivers to watch out for later on when we get started.
Wow, indeed. And again, yes, please, more of the same.
Now, this is the good kind of carnage, says Yoda's Yoga, and I do agree. This is the kind of carnage we want to see here. Not cars flying off the track left, right, and center.
Yep. And speaking of the good kind of carnage, this is the sort of view that Ozair wants to get. Let's see, a good view of Fuji right in front of him, where Turn 1 used to be a big banked oval because this was planned to be a super speedway akin to NASCAR, but going on the clockwise direction. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough money to complete the whole oval, so that's why it actually still sits there abandoned. Now we have the modern circuit in its place.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting to drive that old layout if you have the opportunity to get the mod instead of Corsa. Like, especially driving that in the 70s F1 cars, such a trip, really. Now, let's go ahead and get started now with race number 2 of round 2 for the bronze class. And up we go. Mama Azire trying to keep himself good in the launch here. We got a velocity car trying to come in inside. I think it could be Jordan McNeil right now trying to get the better of Jeff Chen. He does get the better of him going to turn 1, but can he keep it though? Jeff Chen cuts into the inside of Momo Azire. Is now battling with him for the lead here immediately right into turn number 2. But Ozire does have the inside going to turn 3. Just needs to keep his foot planted and hope his car is going to be the first one through onto the apex. But no, Jeff Chen is still cutting until him on the inside has to be forced to take onto the curb there. Bumper to bumper, elbows out for him as Jeff Chen moves up and goes into the lead.
Well, he just punches his way through, didn't he? That was quite gutsy stuff from Jeff. We know that he's quite a hard racer. Oh,
crashing the back.
Jeff turned into the barriers, and somehow he bounced back onto the circuit.
Bounced back and back still in the points for race number 2. So let's see if he's going to be able to recover well from here. Jeremy Yao in the meantime didn't quite make the gains he was looking for here. Chandra is already way ahead of him, and Jeremy's still stuck in P10. He's going to try to fight up against Jeff Tan, who's all way into the inside and spins himself around. Clatters into Jeremy Yao, collects a couple more cars as a result. 1GT also caught in that.
Yeah, you know what's funny? He ran into the side of another Tan. He ran into Aiden Tan, would you believe it? That was a sort of funny that we did not expect. 2 Tans, but no one actually came off in the equation quite well.
Two Tans, but no suntan, unfortunately. Jeff Tan, another Tan, no relation?
No. 2 Tans caused because of the sin. Okay. Enough of that one. We're back with Jeff Tan. Jeff is on a recovery drive after what was a crazy first lap for him. And it's not even done yet. Did you see that? You can feel the collision came from Genevieve Boy. Genevieve coming by.
Genevieve's not playing around now. Oh, gets another bump there to Lukma Hakim as well. She really wants to try to get himself further up ahead of the pack, but these cars are unfortunately just in the way.
Yeah, and then unfortunately she tried the bomb drive. It did not work out. It doesn't work like in NASCAR. As we come to turn 1, can she get it stopped in time? She's among the cats among the pigeons here as, oh, there we go. Can she get it through? Yeah, she's going to try to make it 2 for 1. A few drivers are going off big time.
Yeah, a few drivers gone off, but no spins, no collisions, or no massive collisions, just a bit of wheel-to-wheel bumping going on here as Genevieve now stays around the outside of the Nexus car. Doesn't quite get the position from Luke. Whoa! Look at that. Jeff Tan again just pulling into the inside there. Gets ahead of Genevieve.
Yeah, but I really love to see Genevieve's view right now because she's in the entire chaos. And how can she keep it calm like this? We'll never know. If you're in this kind of pack, it's nuts. And look behind her. It's Jeremy Yao. Jeremy's dropped all the way to the back here.
Yeah, Jeremy, I think he might have been collected. I mean, just now we did see Jeff Tan's incident at this very corner. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to get through this unscathed. Oh! Bit of bumper cars, and in fact, action reaction as well, as unfortunately Lukman gets bumped by Genevieve into another car, and Genevieve picks up a couple places.
Yep, and now we're going to jump to Jeremy's position because he is the one that finished second in that first race. Unfortunately, he may not be able to replicate the result because look at how far he's behind from Jeff Chen up in front.
Yeah, Kenny Liam slipping on the inside of both him as well as Genevieve Oy. He does put his elbow out here to try to stay up ahead of these 2 cars. In the meantime, they are still side by side. Into the final turn, Jeremy Yao does get a bit more speed. Andre a little bit slow, and the exit there holds up Genevieve Oy, and she loses the place.
Yeah, and that was Andre said that one. So our one-time champion in Global Edition 11 in the copper class couldn't get it through the final corner then. We're still saying with Jeremy, yes, there is a race to be won up in front, but the chaos right at the back here in the mid-pack is the one that we are watching because it is an absolute sight to behold.
Yeah, I mean, there's a amount of cars on track right now. I think it's still in the lead here. Well, we'll have to see when the time comes up around there, but I don't think it's much. I don't think it's a change in the lead there. Jeff Chen still up there together with Mama Ozire. Jordan McNeil in third, and a couple of cars spinning out in the background.
Yeah, that might be Iqbal Karina one.
I think Kenny Lim's also spun there as well. Managed to get back onto the track.
Yeah, I can't pick him up right now because too many drivers in that particular juncture. And he was hit by Andre Setiwan. Setiwan was spinning out. Now then, we can jump back into the race leaders. We'll leave the chaos behind. Now we get to see how the pattern of the race up in front is being formed because Jeff, after punching through, he's still holding on to the lead.
Yeah, still holding on in front of in front of Ozair for the most part. You also still have Bima Surya following behind. Oh no, not really that close behind. In fact, he's holding up a whole bunch of cars behind him. In fact, so the two battlers for the lead here separated by Bima Surya by nearly 4 seconds.
So that's the battle for the podium in essence, because McNeil is the one that's holding the position right now in the Pantera car. So he is the one that's holding the key to try to get onto the rostrum.
Right now.
Yeah, we need to jump to that one. There you go.
Yeah.
There it is. Whoa, look at that.
Well, three wide into the final turn. Pratama Aji on the inside, Aiden on the outside. Chandra Mauli sandwiched in between here. My goodness, this is going to be a bit of chaos here.
Yes.
We are on board Dairani. You can see the amount of cars just drafting off of each other, one after another. This is like an attempt at leapfrogging going on here. As Chandra Mauli now comes up onto the back of Aiden Tan. He's going to try to get himself, try to break outside there, but no, Aiden Tan's really trying to break the toe here and still hampered by the fact there's another car in front. Ronaldo, who's in the way of this battle here. Chandra takes on the inside. Ronaldo sandwiched between here. Couldn't really go anywhere, but it also forces the other car out on the track. And Chandra just forcing Ronaldo out of the way there so he can get into turn 3 first.
Oh!
Contact in the back. It's Aiden Tan. Pushes and forces Ronaldo off of the track.
And Ronaldo managed to just bounce back off the track, so it bounced back onto the track. So luckily for him, he's still in the top 10 somehow after all of that. But McNeil, that was a good battle as well between himself and Bima Surya in the Kazus We Are JPRT car right there. And Chandra is right behind all three of them, both of them in the three-way scrap. Look at that, Bima cuts across the track. He cuts it to try and overtake McNeil.
He actually cuts him even before coming up to this heartbreaking turn here. Jordan McNeil goes wide, Bima very much narrow on the inside, rides wide over the curb here, along with Chandra Mauli, but Jordan McNeil couldn't quite get the position back. He gets a bit of a bump in the back here from Chandra Mauli. Another car is just taken to the escape there. It's Ethan Rubio, who's rejoined here, unfortunately lost some positions as a result. Here we are back with...
Oh, Aiden sideways!
No, Aiden stays in. He keeps it under control. Now he's trying to get his position back, but Pratama Aji moves up ahead here, but Aiden Tan now coming back here through the final turn, tries to force Pratama out of the way, but no, Pratama still retains his position.
And we have to jump back on board with Ronaldo Alejado. Just look at this.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff, and it's still going at it even after a lap later.
Yep, Aiden Tan around the outside. Dairani is actually getting the side draft. You can see him holding back Aiden Tan here. That's exactly what the side draft is meant to do here. You don't gain speed, you cause your opponent to lose speed. And Aiden Tan unfortunately now has to do some evasive maneuvers under braking here. Ronaldo slips in on the inside as well, clatters into Pratama Aji. That actually might have saved him there because it prevented him from spinning out, and he moves up a couple of places.
Nice, that is a very good move from Ronaldo. It makes it 2 for 1, and for good measure gets the better of the guy who knocked him out at this very point. Oh, there's the car off! There's the car off big time into the barriers further behind. I'm not sure which one was that one, but it looked like an entropy car that went into the barriers big time.
Yeah, I couldn't quite catch who exactly was that though, unfortunately. To try to catch back into the action going on here. There's Ronaldo, still ahead of Aiden Tan. Pratama Aji is already pulling away here in 7th place. Ethan Rubio now trying to get up against Dodo Prasetya, but Dodo will be able to get himself ahead of him now, still keeping him frustratingly out of 10th place.
Yep, and now the timing sectors have sorted itself out. Oh!
Big spin there from...
somehow they saved it!
Somehow he still managed to keep it together. Aiden Tan will still continue to roll on. Procetea still is keeping himself ahead, or rather relatively ahead of Ethan Rubio. But Ethan now getting into a side-by-side scrap, I believe, with Joel Kelly Mabao. Still trying to keep himself ahead here. He does get himself ahead of Mabao.
Oh, to think right, there's still a battle for the win that we need to look out for.
Yeah, now within like
yeah.
0.3 of a second here between Jeff and Ozair. And
yes.
Whole time, I mean, it's actually gaining. I think we need to go onto Mohamed Ozair here because he might be making an attempt on this turn here. Goes onto the inside. This is good position here, but can he actually get the exit? That's the big question. Jeff Chen, we've seen him do this move at the start of the race here, but he's not going to be able to fight too much against that. Mohamed Ozair just moves up into the lead just like that.
But then look at that. He's defending on the inside. You can see Jeff going on the outside. He tries to do it, but no, he couldn't get through. Meanwhile, Chandra's pushed up to P4. You can see it on our inside just now. He had a good run as well, coming up to turn number 1. Gets it up to P4 as well. We'll keep his camera on this while focusing on the battle between first and second.
Yeah, I think Ozaire's got this in the bag here. He's already overtaken Jeff Chen from that first turn. It seems to be pretty much holding him back now throughout this first sector. Now into sector 2, Jeff Chen still trying to fight back, still trying to use the momentum, the slingshot effect coming out of the exits here to try to keep up with Mohamed Ozaire. Now we're going to be entering the final sector here. Mohamed Ozaire taking it very narrow on entry. And Jeff Chen just tucks in behind. He's not really able to find any advantage here.
Yes, and he couldn't get it by that time around. All the while then, you can see on our inset, Sharif Dairani's been overtaken by Jordan McNeil. In fact, McNeil's defending 5th place, keeping the narrow line from Dairani, while Chandra and the rest of the other drivers are making a beeline for it up in front, including these two. This is Ozaire and Jeff Chen. Jeff last time around only a 46.9, whereas Ozaire was a 46.5. Yeah, 46.5. Yeah. So really, really good driving there from Ozaire to reel in the gap.
So now it's already winding up between the two of them. I think Ozaire's got this now, but he with another 4.5 minutes to go here. Still a bit of time before the checker flag comes up. So now let's see what Jordan McNeil's up to here. Still side by side. Ooh, he's actually getting a bit of a scrap right now, trying to break the toe off. But you also got Pratama Aji just behind him as well. This is going to make it a 3 wide now into turn 1. This is going to be tight. As right now, you have Pratama Aji in between. Jordan McNeil takes on the inside. Pratama actually had to do some evasive action, but look at it. Through goes Sharif Dairani.
Wow, that is a very smart move. He looked like he was not going to be able to defend his position, but he did so. He hung it around the outside and left the other two to dry.
Yeah, just left them to just grab it amongst themselves. It says, thank you very much. Position is now mine.
I'll have plenty of that and then some, but the job's not done yet because behind him, his fellow countryman Pratama Aji in a different team though. M92 versus JPRT, and McNeil's trying to get back at the ball with him. Now then, it's still going. It's still going between these three drivers.
Still very much up in the air now. Dairani is still leading these 3 cars, and it's coming up to the hard breaking point. Is he going to go narrow? Is he going to go wide? Jordan's going to go wide here. Tries to open things up here. Pratama Aji.
He cut the grass!
Oh, cut the grass! Cut straight through! Oh no!
Oh no! He knew he was not going to make it, and just thought, okay, I'll just salvage some track position at least, or salvage momentum while not getting penalized.
Yeah, at least he lets the other cars through a bit, although he's now holding up Aiden Tan behind him, who may not be a little bit too pleased about that. Might actually be demanding the place back, but Jordan McNeil still continues to roll on, tries around the outside.
Oh!
Aiden, no, Aiden slides, saves it just in time. Jordan squirts off onto the shoulder, comes right back in, but still ahead of Aiden Tan.
Somehow, and we still have, miraculously, still 2.5 minutes left to go. It's as if the race has been going on for just only a few minutes.
I know,
so much has happened.
So much has been happening, and now another thing is going to happen here. Ronaldo Alojado tries to get a good draft here. Now goes around the outside, but he's also got Sharif Dairani on the outside as well. No, he goes completely off. Misses the braking entirely here. As Pratama goes through, Jordan McNeil and Aiden Tan. He's going to be alongside. No! He clatters in the side of Jordan. He clatters into Jordan. Jordan managed to keep it under control, but he's lost a bit of time. And somehow Ronaldo comes back in.
And there comes Dodo Brasentia coming through as well. Dodo loses the position. Here comes Jordan around the outside to take position. And it's as if they never separated. Ronaldo and McNeil are together. No! Ronaldo and Jordan hit each other. And that's the two things that you never associate football and basketball with.
No, I mean, that's equivalent. I mean, again, literally a bump and run there from Jordan McNeil.
And Sharif with 100 racecraft. He twice in the same place, 2 laps in a row, lets the other 2 drivers come by, and he takes the position away from them. Good driving.
300 IQ driver right there.
Wow. Very, very good racecraft. Some drivers might take a learning or two to know how to do that. As meanwhile, this is the battle between Bima, Ozaire, and Jeff has actually taken position away back.
Yeah, I think Ozaire might have made a mistake somewhere, or rather overtaken by Jeff Chen, and now that's allowed Bima Surya to get into this battle as well. So a 3-way battle for the lead is on the cards now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh wow, and we're on the last lap. This is the last lap, Vic. What's gonna happen here? We don't know. It's gonna end up in tears for somebody between these three. Who's gonna take the race win and the plaudits? We'll wait and see. One more lap to go.
Oh, here comes Ozair onto the inside of Jeff Chen once more. Let's see if he's gonna be able to put it together again this time. But no, watch out behind him. A push there from Bima Surya as he attempts to try to catch the inside. Ozair is still gonna be a little bit ahead though, going to turn 3, trying to hold off Jeff Chen. Jeff just couldn't really find a way to get through. He's going to try to gap onto the inside of the turn. But watch out, coming on the outside is Bima. But no, they do come together. And true goes Muhammad Ozair back into the lead. But
here comes this.
Here comes Bima around the outside of 130R.
Wow, this is still going on here. This is the final lap. We had a two-way battle and a photo finish to the line. This is going to be Team 3 cars. Oh, Jeff just touches Bima. Bima crashes to the side of Ozair. And it's still going on.
It's still going, guys. We do not want to keep your eyes off the screen right now. This is the battle for the win in race 2 here on the final sector. Here comes the heartbreaking point. Ozair still slightly ahead. Bima Surya cuts into the inside, tries again and again, but still gets himself alongside.
Oh no, they're sideways. No, Ozair sideways completely. And here can come now. Jeff gets it from the outside as well. And here's Chandra. Chandra is coming into the battle as well. Four-way fight for the lead.
Four-way fight now. Jeff Chen holds back Chandra Mauli, but no, Cutler's in the side there. It goes Jeff Chen as well. And Chandra Mauli, unfortunately, is stuck behind Jeff. Bima Surya on the inside. He's going to try to get himself ahead, but Chandra Mauli on gun.
Chandra Mauli and undone. He comes around the outside. He actually gets a slip through once again. This time, he's behind on the driver. Can he get it a drive to the line? Jeff is in third. Jose's outside each other. Bima's gonna try to get it. Bima gets it right in line by 300ths of a second. Chandra plays second fiddle this time. And third place just belongs to Jeff Chen by 200ths of a second.
That was an even closer margin than the finish we saw for first place in race 1. Incredible racing here.
Oh, wow. The TCR cars have absolutely delivered in spades. And Bima Surya, the Copper Class champion, has proven once again why he dominated last season big time. Okay, minus that one. But he proved once again why he was champion material in Copper. He held his own against the bronze, the best the bronze can offer. And then some. He managed to get it right the line and does a huge service to the delivery that he's running.
Yeah. My goodness. Right on the final sector of the final lap here. He snatches it in a four-way battle. I mean, let's not forget Chandra Mauli also got into the mix with that twice.
Two races in a row. He was on the better end of the first one where he just pipped Jeremy to the line. This time he just couldn't get enough of a run in the final run to the line in the second race. Regardless of that, he is the winner of the weekend. He will take a huge haul of points and potentially put him into the championship fight. As Jaden Liao, unfortunately, our championship leader coming into this round, didn't have the best of outings.
Yeah, so, my goodness. So, again, this is crazy season that's going to be on our hands here. I mean, who knows with the next couple of rounds what's going to happen there. My goodness. But yes, the TCR cars, we have to absolutely keep these cars in the running here because, man, oh man, that's crazy racing.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And I just cannot wait to see what track we have next week to do all the same thing again. But now we can actually rest a bit easy because multi-class racing, where we have up next gold and silver, yes, it can be crazy too, but at least there is a bit of controlled chaos as opposed to just utter chaos in these races.
Yeah, it's in the Formula cars as well, so those little bump and grinds, bump and runs that you're going to be seeing here, not going to be too effective in that class, but that's going to be after we take a break, so don't go away, guys. We'll be showing you guys a few messages, but we'll be back here with our final race of the evening, so don't go away.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for another race here at eRGP. This is now going to be the final race of the evening here. We've seen just crazy racing in the last three classes here, from the women's class to the copper class, even the bronze class as well, with an amazing four-way battle in the final in race number 2. and Bima Soria just coming through with that. It's just insane to think
Wow.
the amount of action that we've seen here in just this one round. And man, I mean, again, it's just shaping out to be a crazy season here. I mean, we've got so many drivers who have not only competed in many past seasons of ERGPs, who have so much experience on hand, but this crop of cars, the TCRs, have been just absolutely brilliant racing they've delivered here this season.
Indeed. And we'll have the pièce de résistance, the creme de la creme class to finish it off. And normally it's a bit more copacetic. It's just all in good order. But you still get the craziness, especially when we had the hypercars the last few seasons. But now with the Formula cars, it's much faster racing, and you have to be more calculated, especially with the addition of DRS.
Yeah, and that DRS is going to come into a huge factor here on Fuji, especially because of how long the straight is. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see multiple overtakes on that main straight itself under DRS as a result. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and have a look at where things stand after round number 1, where Russell Reyes is the leader by a huge margin, 20 points in fact. He has 47 points to his name, and he leads ahead of Ayman Hakim bin Abbas, who has only 27 points. Chong Jin Bin not too far behind Ayman there, only 25. So a huge margin here for Russell Reyes in the gold class standings. Then, Yep.
Meanwhile, next up is the silver class, and this is also a similar story because Enzo Isan, much like Russell, had a full complement of points all the way up to 49. But again, no, Russell was about 47, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't get the faster line one races, but regardless of that, we had both wins. Similar to Enzo Isan, he was a clean sweep of the entire race weekend up to the point that he led every single lap. So really then, it remains to be seen whether or not someone can catch up to the LORSN driver, or if any of the drivers in this class can provide a challenge.
And you also brought up something that I didn't consider, that the fastest lap bonus is actually shared across both of these classes.
Yes, correct.
In practice here.
Because it's individual.
Yeah,
it's
it's individual, but the fastest lap is for the session itself. So either the gold or silver class drivers can get that bonus point.
In their own classes, yes. So that's why it actually makes it quite cool, because it's like actual multi-class racing. Despite them being in the same race, their own individual classes count towards their championship.
Yep. So let's go ahead and jump now into our qualifying session, which has just only started. We're on board with our championship leader, Russell Reyes, as he comes across the line to kick off his flying lap. So you can see how much faster these are compared to the TCRs. Let's see how much later he can get on the brakes here.
100. Oh, in fact, he'd break
closer to 50.
Yeah. As he comes into turn number 1, we're going to take a flying lap here with Russell as he now enters into turn number 2. A slight king there. That's turn number 2, in fact. And then turn 3. Let's see how he can flick it. Yeah, barely.
Very smooth, actually,
very
the way he was taking that corner. I mean, so much confidence he has. Also, thanks to like the level of grip that these Formula 3 cars do. So he takes it very nice and narrow here through this turn. Now coming out of 130R, and then now into this long bit that I think in the Formula car is more or less like a straight.
Yes. You just ring it up. There's the apex, and then brake under the bridge. In fact, it's close to 50 again.
Yeah.
Really supreme counters of brakes, and in fact, single seaters is pretty much Russell Reyes' forte. He really came from a background of he trusts the aero and the grip on these cars, even if it is a lower formula compared to Formula 1. Regardless of that, he loves them, and he is flying right now. Second sector, fast overall as he comes into this clumsy final couple of corners. It is very clumsy in the Formula car, but it's still pretty fun. We saw it in TCR, they can go sideways. I'm pretty sure, side by side, I'm pretty sure that the Formula 3 cars will do the same. As he now goes onto the start-finish straight, it's almost as if it's just a blink of an eye.
Right.
He's back onto the start-finish straight.
Exactly, it's so much faster these laps. I mean, you're like on average 10 to 12 seconds faster. Here we go. Russell Reyes scores a lap here. He still has purple on his third sector. Second sector purple has been taken by someone else, it seems. But with other cars coming through.
Third sector was in
Third
fact,
sector.
yeah, it was Russell. Russell took the third
sector.
sector.
Couldn't quite. Oh yeah, second sector purple. That's Iman Ryan.
So Iman, yeah. Now we need to jump to him. Where is Iman Ryan?
He's all the way down in like a 19. At least on the timing tower here, not representative of his actual position.
Oh, there he is! Oh, he pulled it out of the back.
There we go.
We only saw him set the first couple of sectors fastest, but I think he got all 3 sectors fast that time.
Yeah.
Brilliant lap. Yeah, there we go. Confirm on our screens. 3 purple sectors in a row. 27 flat. He says to Russell Reyes, eat that.
Well, Russell is what, 9/10 of a second? Yeah, well, sorry, 8/10 of a second slower in this lap there. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of things to find, and he's still getting, Iman is still getting purple sector 1 here.
And in fact, yep, we're going to go compare these sectors now. So purple sector 1, 25-1. That's 2/10 faster than his previous best. He is aiming for a 26, and he means vengeance, because remember what happened last time out at the end of Sepang? He crashed out, got beached, and he was still classified. He got points, but he would love to have more had it not been for the silly incidents.
He wants to leave it without a shadow of a doubt in this round here, so this is already looking very promising for him. I mean, right off the bat, it's almost a whole second faster than the rest in his first flying lap already, so still plenty margins to be found here, still finding it very tricky. I mean, again, you know, we discussed about the level of grip you get in the rears of these Formula 3 cars, and I think especially in this uphill part of Fuji, you can see exactly how much that really hampers the driver's ability to keep the car under control.
That might have actually hurt his lap time, and he is still going for it. One car stopped on the side. Nope, in fact, he is going to jump into the pits. Hopefully not for practicing to pit for damage here. Meanwhile, we have another class on hand. In fact, we're not just one class, it's 2 classes in a row, where it is between the silver and the gold class, with Ahmad Jusmin up in front for Balapan Random. Oh no, Fahim Atta has actually beaten him to the line here. Yeah, just as we were focusing on the silver class battle, there it is. That is your pole sitter in the class, a 33.888 from Luke Morales, from Fahim Atta for Velocity Pantera.
Very lucky 888s, in fact. 133, 888, and it's only one in the 133s here for the silver class. So very impressive margin that he's holding that that lead by. So he will be remaining in that provisional pole here for the silver class. In the meantime, let's see whether or not Russell Reyes will be able to claw back into provisional pole. So far this lap, it's only been green sectors, no purples this time. That's still very much in the hands of Iman Ryan at this point. But Iman's in the pits, Russell is still out here racing and trying to get that faster lap. This is going to be faster this time around. It's going to be a long, long way until he gets to that control line. But when he does, it's only a half a second gain. So not really close enough to challenge Iman Ryan for the pole position.
Alright, so we jumped to just Elong. Another Filipino, he stopped it as well on the side of the track. A couple of other drivers are still circling around as we speak. I mean, Hakim has actually come across. He's actually starting yet another lap. Big lockup, and he's not going to improve from there. Meanwhile, Raja Amirul Shaukat, that's a returning driver name that we've not seen since middle part of last season. He did drive in the Aston Martin in hypercars. Now he's actually in something that he really likes, a Formula car, and it will really show his talent to the fore.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's been a very solid performer in past seasons at ERGP as well. I mean, pretty much his whole background has been sim racing, and he's successfully transitioned that into a real-life motorsports career. So great to see him back into behind the virtual wheel once more. He's currently in 6th. Needs another 6/10s before he can break into the 127s, of which only 3 guys, Iman, Russell, and Chester, are part of that club. It's getting a bit of a tow, I think, from Ethan Lowe. That's going to help him a little bit in this final sector, but it's going to improve a little bit. He's moved up to 5th place.
And 1 point, of course, because top 5 rewards points in this particular championship. And that will do him a whole world of good. Now we actually jump back into the silver class. Enzo Isan has jumped into the front, and your championship leader is looking very good for LOR Ascent.
Oh, he's even caught like fastest sector 3 overall, I think.
Fastest sector in his class.
In his class,
yeah.
Okay, so fastest sector in his class. Yeah, that's correct. So yeah, already very impressed. Ooh, but Ethan Lowe is already putting a challenge here. Fastest sector 1.
And our timing board immediately automatically picks that up. So we'll keep an eye out on Ethan's time right here as Enzo now comes out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight. He's behind Russell Reyes, his fellow countryman. Different class though, but he wouldn't mind about him there. He will actually now mind his own time. Across the line he comes. Is it going to be improvement? No, it's just 200s off, even from his previous time. So that is it for this particular run, but he's going to go for an immediate one after this. Now we jump to Ethan Lowe.
Yep. And where is he exactly right now? So just come out of, it's going in the middle of the uphill in Sector 3 here. Sector 2 not looking that good, so yellow right now. So he's lost a bit of time as a result, but I think his delta is still... I'm trying to see whether I can find his own delta here. His delta, it's actually a little bit behind. Sector 2 didn't do him any favors here, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it looks as though it might just be an improvement to go up to P2 at least, because he's only 2/10s behind Fahim Hatta and Luke Morales. So the 2 Filipinos up in front. He'll try to sandwich between the both of them. Comes across the line now. No improvement here.
Nope.
Still a second up. In fact, he lost a heap of time coming through that second sector, as you said, Vic.
Yeah, his delta is way over a second coming into Sector 3 already. So he made a big mistake, I think, in Sector 2 earlier. So as it stands right now, let's go have a look again on the gold class. We saw Russell Reyes attempt, but still is half a second off of Eamon Ryan, who was almost 127 flat. Got Lao Wei Kit getting him into P3 here. Actually dethrones Chester Elok from that spot.
Yep, in fact, we jump to Wukit now. It looks as though he's not able to improve his time. We saw it just now when we were jumping on the inset that he was already white. Oh, there's a car spinning. That was LOR. I'm not sure which car was that. He jumped back into the pits, but Russell starts one last flying lap. Let's see if he can actually do it. In fact, we will be bringing up his sector time just for good measure.
Yep, so he's going to be kicking things off. Looking good under braking there. I mean, I think his sectors 1 and 2 has so far been pretty solid, as we've seen when we were riding on board with him earlier when he got the provisional pole. We also still have Lao Wei Kit trying to get past Zef Yen, who Zef is not really giving him an easy time actually to do that. But ooh, fastest sector 1. Russell Reyes finally got a purple on the board.
Yep, and we'll wait and see whether or not Iman. No, in fact,
No, Iman's still in the pits.
No, Iman's out on track, but he's not actually anywhere near starting a lap. So this is probably his qualifying done and dusted. So Russell now is the one that's going to be one to watch out for. If his second sector is any faster, then Iman will be sweating a bit.
Let's see, he's going to be coming up to the control line for sector 2. What's the time going to look like here? No, he's yellow. He's off by 33.
3/10.
3/10 of a second here.
And that's actually enough to give the pole position to Iman, unless he can find something out of the hat in the final sector, but it looks so gingerly. It's not going any faster. In fact, he may be still losing time here compared to Iman. Iman had a blinder of a sector in this middle part that really made his lap.
Yeah, I'm pretty doubtful he's still 1 second behind this delta here. Not very likely he's going to be able to get any improvement coming out here, so he's going to remain still on the front row, but Eamon Ryan looks like will retain pole position.
And Chester Elok jumped out to P3 in front of Low Kid. So there you go. That's the top 5 in the gold class. Iman, Russell, Chester, Wukit, and Sai Sudaka, the Indian driver, making a return as well. Nice to see him as well. He is one of the fastest Indian drivers in ERGP, so glad to see he's here. Meanwhile, silver class, change of the leaders at front. Ahmad Juzmin by 0.5 of a second in front of Enzo Isan. Would you believe that?
Yeah, it is a crazy margin, actually, all things considered. So similar to how Eamon Ryan is dominating in the gold class qualifying, he's also doing it in the silver class.
I think he might have gotten a toe, for sure. He might have gotten a toe.
Yeah, definitely did.
Yeah. And meanwhile, somebody in our comment section, and I'm not going to say his username because it is actually a swear word in Russian, but Afik Farid actually is here. Now, where was he in gold? Last.
No,
well, okay. No, there we go. That's one way to really put it into him. But no, not completely. I don't know why it says he's second last, because he's in front of Alif Al-Hafizi, but Hafizi's done a 28.9. But regardless of that, he's got more work to do than just the race itself after this.
Like, dude, you have a lap time that's at least like 2-3 seconds faster than what I could even do on my best here. So yeah, not basso at all, my friend.
And in fact, if you put it into perspective, yeah, even his girlfriend actually did decently quite well. Lisa Idham, she was actually in the race earlier in women's class, and scored points for herself. Yeah. And he had another comment which we cannot say live on air.
Yeah, letting us know his feelings about Formula Cars, I suppose. But I think, I think for the top 3 here, Eamon Ryan, Russell Reyes, and Chester Elok, they were having a heck of a time.
Whoa.
Oh, so
yes, there's Afik right now, and I don't know where he's sitting. He looks like he's in a disco, as opposed to being in a proper racing rig. Oh, and has he gone bald again? Yes. He has actually gone bald, hasn't he? So, yes.
Number 1.
Numero uno.
And I just gotta lay some appreciation for all the lanyards he's hanging out behind. I mean, again, as someone who works in multiple events, you know, these lanyards are kind of practically like medals to us, you know.
It's a medal of honor. Yeah. And also the fact that he has a few medals from Race Room, it looks of it.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, right there.
Okay, so enough of the lollygagging. Let's go onto the track now and see what is what here. So this is the thing we love to do, the viewpoints. Yeah. This is Eamon Ryan up in front, whereas right at the back in the entire field is Yuan Gavin Bugayong, who had his own support inside the discourse of YouTube, but unfortunately for him, he will be clawing his way back from P27 on the grid.
Yeah, gonna have quite a lot of work, and as well, like silver class doesn't benefit at all from like the reverse grid. Or rather, like if you're in the mid pack of the silver class, I should say, because only the top 10 and mostly there's going to be the gold class drivers will enjoy that. So we're now about 13 seconds from the start. The lights of the gantries are getting warmed up now. Eamon Ryan, Russell Reyes warming up their engines now as we kick it off for the final race of the evening for the gold silver class. Here we go. Eamon Ryan, a little bit slow off the line there. Contact already in the back. Someone gets spun into the wall there, and more contact still going on as cars are flying off. Chester Elo takes the lead here. Russell Reyes is now fighting with Eamon Ryan alongside each other through turn 1. I think Russell will be side by side still going into turn 2 and now turn 3. Then in the meantime, still in the lead there. I think it's still Chester Elo.
Yeah, Eamon actually got the worst of the starts because he didn't get a launch at all, and Russell was trying to attack him. All the while then, it was actually Elog that punched his way through. Meanwhile, the guy that caused the big accident just now was Wookid Low, so Wookid either forgot to start the race or he actually forgot to launch the car off the line properly. Whatever it is, he caused a massive accident for the behind, and he finally got going again.
Yep, unfortunately, he's going to have to do it from the pit lane here, so he's going to be right at the back of the pack. It's just an E-Log. It's just watching Russell Reyes go into the inside of Eamon Ryan here, entering Sector 3. He's going to be ahead slightly, but Eamon's fighting back hard from the outside. Couldn't quite find the momentum, though, as Russell Reyes settles back into P2. Stays there pretty much now. Eamon Ryan, had to do a bit of evasive action there. The reaction times have to be very sharp here in these Formula 3 cars.
Yes, indeed, and given the fact that the reaction time is much quicker compared to what we had in the TCR and the Genettas, this is almost a given that he needs to be highly alert, and he is more than alert right now. I think DRS is open in these cars from the word go. He's going side by side with Russell Reyes across the line. There we go. DRS are open on both cars. We can hear the beep there. That's the DRS sign opening. And Eamon hangs it around the outside. Russell's on the inside. I don't think he might be able to overtake here just yet.
No, it's still going to be side by side into the turn. Russell Reyes will be able to take the position back right on the apex. Stays ahead of Eamon Ryan. Eamon still going to be bumper to bumper. Now tries to go around the outside of turn 3. They're going to be side by side here. And Russell Reyes, he does slip in, still ahead. So Russell still has good momentum here.
Whoa. Sorry to cut it in there, but Eamon really means business. I think he really is aiming for the championship, because
for sure.
He seems to see Russell not just as a driver he wants to overtake. He is a guy that he wants to completely beat because it seems as though he loves Formula cars, he wants to win in these things, and he wants to prove a point after having such a disastrous end to the second race last time out. He's about 7 in points right now, but really, this young Bruneian is aiming big.
Yeah, he's got a lot of motivation here to perform well in this first race of round number 2, but he's still got Russell Reyes and later on Chester Elok still in the way, and Chester is actually building a big gap now, more than a second ahead of Russell Reyes here, as Russell has been very much keeping his hands full, trying to keep Eamon Ryan behind.
Yep, all the while then we have the interval for the silver class, so we cannot forget that they're in their own little race. As now Azib Shami is actually leading that one, or is it Fahim Hatta? Because it's Fahim, so Fahim Hatta leads away by about a couple of tenths a second from Azib Shami with Yash Koyum in 3rd place. Meanwhile, this is Eamon Ryan coming up to the inside. He has the DRS, he has the momentum, and he takes 2nd place away. So he dispatches Russell quickly that time around, but will Russell fight back immediately?
Well, he wouldn't be able to fight back too hard here, I expect. Couldn't quite get the late braking, or rather couldn't get a later braking compared to Eamon Ryan this time around. So Eamon Ryan now still pulls ahead here and still remains in P2. Now he's got Chester Elok in his sights, but I think Elok's now got a very good lead ahead here. It was about 1 second in the previous lap. We'll see what it's going to be looking like when we get back to them here. In the meantime, what's going on in the silver class?
Yeah, in fact, I'm jumping up to Enzo Ison. This is our championship leader in the silver class. He had an utterly dominant first race of the entire season. There's Enzo on our screen right now in the inset behind his teammate. It's no, that's not teammate. That's actually Azib Shami in the Pepega Cup. Similar colored cars, by the way, purple and white.
Very different shade of purple, to be fair.
Well, yes, but the thing is, at first glance, you thought that they were teammates, but no. Azib actually manages to just get a jump on it. In fact, Fahim Hatta is way further ahead of them. Is it Fahim Hatta in the lead? Yeah, Fahim Hatta is in the lead. Wow, he actually made a huge getaway after the fracas at the start because of Wookid Low forgetting to jump the car off the line.
Yep. Again, like, it was massive chaos, but survivors will still continue to thrive, and Fahim Hatta is having a a
Ooh.
nice 5-second lead. A bit of smoke, brake smoke coming out there. Who's that?
Oh.
Eric Satra is inside the mix here. A bit of cars. Ooh, someone got spun around there in the background.
Oh, that might have been either Luke Morales or is Luke Morales now. In fact, it's Luis Sia. So the HSM driver with the high-tech livery adapted for it has spun it around. So Louis then is right at the back of the entire field of 27 cars in total between two classes. Meanwhile, this is in front of him. Just a bit of love for Johan Gavin Bugayon because he has support in the comments, but he is in the points for this first race. He'll need to be in the top 10 for the second one right after this. Right, let's see then what happened in gold class.
Yep, Eamon Ryan still ahead of Russell Reyes. Chester Elog's lead is down to 0.7 of a second, as we can see here. In the meantime, I think Sai Preeti Sudhakar is actually in 4th place. So he's actually doing pretty well on his own here, staying ahead of Roy Numer, Riparip, and also still ahead of Raja Miyosaka. Still remains in the same position that he was in qualifying, by the way.
Yep, and really, apart from the start line incident, this is relatively boilerplate. Nothing really going crazy right now, apart from the fact that the battle between the leaders is very, very close. So this is what we like to see. If it gets even closer, who knows? We might actually get a slipstream to the line, and the guy who's in first, who without DRS, might just be caught short.
Right, so we'll have to see. Again, still within the second here, and when you hear that DRS pip, that's going to be an indicator for them that they can open up that DRS. And let's see whether or not, let's see how much of a gain can Eamon Ryan even get here. Oh,
and Chester now actually can sense something. He knows for a fact that he is not as impervious as he thinks he was at the start of the race. Yes, he punched through, got the better of Russell and Eamon when he went to turn number 1. But can he keep up the pace? And more crucially, did he fuel up this time?
Shades of round 1 going on there, yeah, but I don't think so. I didn't see him looking like almost a jump start when we last saw him in round 1, race 1. So I hope that he actually has his full tank this time around. Yep. But by the way, Russell Reyes just caught fastest lap, even though he's trailing behind Eamon Ryan throughout.
Yep, in fact, we're going to jump to Russell now. Or in fact, Russell here. Yes, there he is. Well, we keep an eye on the silver class standings as we speak here. Coming out to the chicane. Look at that. Eamon's right up to the back of him. Eamon's very, very close right now to the back of Chester Elog.
Yeah, he's been gaining and gaining on him, and the last lap now is already coming onto him. So Chester was right to feel a little bit queasy going into turn 1, because now it's going to be a straight fight between him and Eamon Ryan, or if something goes on between the two of them, perhaps an opportunity for Russell Reyes.
Yep, out of the final corner, turn 16 onto the starfish straight, but that was a poor exit from both Chester and Eamon, and likewise, I think Russell didn't even get a better drive out of that either, because it's almost status quo between all three at the front, but now they come across the line here. So, who's it going to be? In fact, Chester has DRS himself, so we thought that Chester not going to get any. He has some, weaves around trying to break the toe, though he has done enough to keep the lead coming to turn number 1.
Yeah, but Russell's getting close to Eamon Ryan, as you can see from the rear mirror under braking just now. Had to brake a little bit harder than he would like, I expect, because he's already dropped back a bit. But Eamon is still keeping the pressure turned right now on our race leader here. So, well, this is going to be a very tough one to avert your eyes from here, because right now Chester, again, trying to get some redemption after literally running out of fuel in the first race of the first round. This time around, he's back into the position here to try to fight for the win. Still has to keep it up ahead of two very racy Formula Car drivers.
And very experienced drivers too. Yes, we say Eamon is young, but he is very experienced. He has raced in multiple seasons of Global Edition and in Endurance as well, and has gotten wins in a couple of them too. So really, then he's no slouch. This young kid, who's also a champion, by the way, in one of the classes before, as Russell gets a big full of opposite lock, wants to try and win this championship. We know his motivation here is trying to be one of the best, but after what happened in Sepang, it will be a burning motivation that's gonna take him through the entire season.
I think at this point, Chester's probably wishing that he could just slap a V8 from Ford into his car here. I mean, I still associate Chester with driving a Ford Mustang all this time, but now he's going to have to try to keep ahead of Eamon, but Eamon's got a good bit of momentum coming out of the final turn. He gets himself ahead already of Chester Elog. They still will be side by side in the braking though, so still not quite a done deal yet, but Eamon Ryan's putting his best foot forward right now to try to keep the lead going through turn 2. Now into turn 3. There's a bit of traffic in front of the two of them.
It's Ramdani.
Yep, Ramdani is still ahead of the...
Oh! No, they're playing each other! And Russell's in each other as well! Russell's gone off! Who's gonna take the lead in the race? It's Sai Suzuka! Sai manages to come through and take it!
What the heck just happened? My goodness, they were literally side by side. I mean, again, it was turn 3, a very tricky place to be side by side with, and unfortunately, they clattered not just into each other, but also Russell, and now Sai City Sudakar is in the lead.
Oh, he might have actually definitely been screaming all the way up to the heavens on that one. He is leading, and somehow Chester is still behind him.
Yep. Oh boy, I mean, we were saying that, you know, it'd probably be less chaotic. What did we just saw just now?
Yes, chaos, and it was not just any chaos, it was a chaos right at the sharp end.
Yeah, right at the front of the pack as well. So somehow, Chester Elok able to recover out of this here, still stays ahead of Iman Ryan, but he got Sai Preeti Sudakar way up into the distance here. He's actually going to be catching up to Kanzani Ramdani soon, so that's not going to bode well.
Oh. Now we get to jump a bit to silver because someone's been asking for Ethan Lowe's cam. Well, this is Ethan now in P6. He is trying to chase after Corey Mercado, and there is Ethan with his seatbelt straps. Like he needs them for G-Force, but he really likes the immersion factor, and he is still one of the fast operators, even though he, at a young age, showing his class against some international opponents.
Yeah, it's going to have quite a bit of work ahead of him, though, because there's, 1 second, 2 second gaps in the cars in front of him, so not much of slipstreaming, not much slipstreaming help, really, I should say, for him here. So pretty much going to be staying in this position until, or unless something does happen in front. But Fahim Hatta, in the meantime, I think he's got a massive lead in the silver class right now. Going to see what it's like when they come across the line, or rather, when all the cars have come across the line here. But it does seem that he's very secure in the lead here for the silver class.
Yeah, in fact, there is Fahim now for the Pantera team. He's actually just been dispatched by Wukit. Oh, there's Wukit coming across our screen. So he has managed to recover himself back up to the front. Back up into his class after missing the start a bit. Though he would wish it did not happen because he probably took up most of the Formula regional field.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
right, back up to this particular train. Look at that gaggle. In fact, Kanzani Ramdani has been caught by them. So this is Sai Suzuka. There he is on our screen. He is racing with a wheel this time because at one point he raced with a controller.
Yeah.
And he was good at it too. He managed to win in his class that time with a controller. So with a wheel, you never know how fast he's going to be. He probably gets amplified.
It's always like, to me, someone who is able to drive that well regardless of the control scheme, just goes to show that his foundations, his fundamentals are super strong. So regardless whether he's on control and wheel, still pretty much is performing well, and right now might be on the verge of getting a win here in the gold class.
Yes, indeed, and that would be an overall win, by the way, because the last time he did win, he was actually the gold class driver, but in 4th place. So he didn't win it overall, but he did win it in class, and it still counted towards points in the championship tally. So that's why it is motivation for him, because especially given the fact that he missed out on getting a trophy from Rose Lango by just 2 points last time. So it's motivation for him to try and make amends on that one.
Yep, so let's see how he's going to be able to keep the lead. In the meantime, Iran has been slowly but steadily regaining momentum against Chester Elok. He's now back up into his rear end here into Sector 3. Oh, Chester's still looking very wiggly on the exit there, so he's certainly not having a fun time, and it's very slow into this final corner here. Iman Ryan had to do some evasive action there while holding onto the brake, and still back to status quo. So it's still very much close to Chester. It looks like he might be faster in Sector 3. Didn't quite work out that time, and yeah, a bit of tricky stuff going on there with Chester trying to break the toe, but to no avail as Iman Ryan does get ahead alongside, maybe even slightly ahead. Now having to do it under braking, he's going to try to cut in front of Chester, but couldn't quite close the deal until they're out of turn 1.
And there you go, Iman once again showing that he is brave to follow someone close into the pit lane line. That could actually end in tears if he gets it wrong. And the fact that Chester, he was probably hoping that he had a much faster car that time, but to no avail. He is now dropping to P3, though he'll be happy to stay there after given what happened earlier with the 3 of them. Can you imagine the 3 race leaders who were pulling away, touched each other, spun out, and somehow managed to still be in contention for the race win?
I mean, Sai pretty stuck out might be Moses here because the Red Sea pretty much parted for him in that regard. But right now, he's now got Iman Ryan up against his tail, so now he's going to have to really fight it out to stay in the lead. But timer is ticking down. We may have one more lap. Yeah, I think we still have one more lap to go here. So Saifridi Sudakar still has to play defense against one of the strongest Formula drivers we have here in the Gold class.
And one of the youngest too. He is the youngest among the Gold class drivers. Not counting Ethan Lowe, because Ethan is about the same age as well. But I think a few months just younger in this particular regard. Whatever it is, Iman is reaching a level of racing maturity that we still seldom see, especially given the fact that sim racing in Malaysia, seeing the amount of professionals, is still in its early infancy. No, in fact, Brunei, it is in its infancy. Meanwhile, last lap then, Sai Suduka goes on the defense, around the inside, keeps it narrow. Then Imaraya around the outside. Oh, they just touch each other again. But this time, Sai hangs on to the lead for now, and we are coming into backmarker traffic.
Yeah, and it's the silver class drivers, I believe. So Iman Ryan's going to have to really be calculated on how he does it. Goes around the outside of turn 3.
Wow!
Does take the position just like that. Sai Sakar couldn't really do much to defend against it.
Wow, amazing bit of driving there. And that's the traffic. Eric Satria and yet one Kevin Bugayong. Bugayong then tries to hold on to it. Meanwhile, behind him, there's another car coming by. That's Chester Elok. Chester then, our camera unfortunately didn't pick that up. Now it's back on it. Chester then will try to overtake Sai Suduka around the outside coming into the chicane.
Yep, trying very much. Under braking here. He's going to try to go around the outside. Very tough one here, but he does make it through.
Wow.
And makes it in front of Sai Putakar after the transition to the next corner.
Now then, this is the final lap. And look, Riemann is getting a bit wiggly coming through the last sector here. This ties man hang like. In fact, we might just see a photo finish in the Formula 3 class with the DRS available here. Coming out now to the final corner then. It's still not over. This is a three-way battle for the race win. Who's going to get it now? Iman out of the final corner. He has to deploy DRS soon because otherwise he'll get swallowed up by Chester and Sai Suduka. But no, this is not going to happen. Iman Ryan comes across the line and takes victory here in race 1 and takes his championship charge to the fore.
Yeah, we go. My goodness, again, another almost a very close finish. Not quite the close finish we saw in TCR, but still exciting nevertheless. Now let's have a look at what's going on in the silver class here.
In fact, one Gavin Bugayong and Eric Satria have come across the line. What happened to Fahim Hatta, actually? I think Hatta is not even the race leader at this point now.
No, not even. Like, it's all the way in the back. So it's Enzo Isan who seems to be the leader right now in the silver class. Shaki feature, I think that's gold class in front of him, perhaps.
Yep.
So yeah, Enzo Isan pretty much on a shoe-in right now to take the win here in race number 1 for the silver class.
But we have to wait and see whether or not the timing system can shake itself out, because we still cannot confirm who's the race leader, because Bugayong and Satria crossed the line earlier, but they're not the race leaders. They were the back markers, and Luis here as well, for good measure. He spun out earlier, of course. So, we can't confirm for sure who's the race leader here for the silver class, but since Enzo Isan is the first to come across the line, we'll see his celebrations. He looks a bit indifferent about it, though he is going to be more than happy to know the fact that it's 3 race wins in a row. That takes his championship charge up a notch and even further ahead.
In fact, he looks more relieved than celebratory, really, of his face cam here. Azib Shami Mokhtar should be taking 2nd place, and Ahmad Jusmin in 3rd. Cohen Machado, I think, could be 4th place here. Again, we probably will have to wait, really, for the official results at the end of this session here to really know, but seems like that it's going to be a top 4 here. Ethan Lowe seems like he's finished in 5th place ahead of Luke Morales, Yash Kayum Zephyr in 7th, 8th, and Muhammad Shahsawaz Shafiq and Fahim Hatta in 9th and 10th.
Yep. So, we'll look at the overall stakes on this one. And yes, it is in fact Enzo Isan that managed to get it.
Yep.
So Enzo was actually chasing after Shake Fitri. So I don't know what happened to Shake Fitri in the closing stages of that race. He was just above the Formula Regional car. What if it is? Well, Iman Ryan, statement of intent.
Indeed. Big statement here. I mean, again, it was quite the qualifying battle that he had with Russell Reyes. But Russell, I mean, after that 3-way battle that ended in disaster between the 3 of them, so he ended up finishing in 5th place, or rather 7th place, maybe.
Fifth. It's
yeah,
5th.
5th place, yeah.
So it's not all lost. Again, Russell, because of that strong first round, he can actually take this as a drop round, just in case it goes completely lopsided. But the thing is, that was almost the turning point of the race, yet somehow the results stay as if nothing ever changed. The results here does not tell you the full story of what happened.
Not at all. It's I I mean, again, not as much chaos as we saw. I mean, a lot less collisions, to be fair. You don't do that in Formula cars.
Well, less is not the right way to put it because there was plenty of collision, especially the fact that at the sharp end of the field, that almost changed the results completely. And we thought Sai Suzuka was going to sneak in a real shock victory, but he is on the podium. He'll be happy with that one. Iman, he'll be absolutely chuffed with it, knowing the fact that despite that spin, he managed to recover and the tires were not shot to pieces.
Yep. So
Wow.
still a lot of anticipation now. We're going to be waiting for the transition into race number 2. So I believe the top 10 would be reversed here for overall, but it effectively is a gold class. So who knew? Afik Farid might just be the one to start in pole here.
No, that probably is
yes,
fine.
no?
Maybe. We'll see.
Let's see. We're getting cars onto the grid now.
Let's see then. In fact, it is.
It is.
It is.
I called it.
Yeah, because the live timing screen was going a bit haywire again. But yes, our very own Afik Farid, Race Stewart, will be on pole position for race number 2. He'll be happy with that one, or he'll be very unhappy. Depends on how he feels, because you don't know. He definitely has problems trying to express his feelings sometimes.
Well, he's going to have to express as much as he can on the track now because he has the best position to start things off here in race number 2. So we're seeing the perspective from Kanzani Ramdani all the way at the back here, and that's a lot of cars. I mean, it's both gold and silver classes mixed together, to be fair, but still a lot of cars to be had here in Fuji Speedway, especially in a Formula race. Now, lights of the gantry going on for one last time, and we're going to be off now for the final race of the second round. Final race of the evening here. Afik Farid getting a good start so far. Tries to cut ahead of Aldo Balagulan. Wants to try to keep it narrow going to turn 1 as much as possible. In the meantime, right behind Rajamil Shaukat, Russell Reyes, as well as Ayman Hakim. A bit of a battle side by side there. But it seems like Russell Reyes is able to get the better of it here. Tucked in behind Rajamil Shaukat, who right now is trying to pass Aldo Balagulan around the outside. In fact, no, he's going to be able to cut in front of him before they even got to the turn. Russell Reyes forced to take onto the curb there. It actually goes off the track, comes back in, but it's going to be right ahead of Chong Jingbin.
Wow, that was a lucky save there, because sometimes when you go back onto the track across the corrugations and in the AstroTurf, you can actually spin it. But he kept it under control, and now he sets his sights on trying to take a race 2 win after what you can say was a disastrous way to end race number 1.
Yep, so let's see if Russell Reyes can still keep himself on the podium here. Rajamil Shaukat is still a little bit ahead here. It's not going to be under too much pressure here, but Chong Jinbin really trying his best here to stay on Russell Reyes, and almost caught him there on the braking, but still Russell was able to pull through and stay ahead coming out of the turn.
Yeah, in fact, that was very close for the cars behind him. You can see the gaggle of cars coming by. A couple of noteworthy victims we can say is Roy Rip Rip and Sai Suzuka. Wukit Low joins them too. They spun out in the middle of that particular pack when the gaggle came up. Now, we're on board with Chong Jinbin. There's his inset. We can see that he's looking behind for a bit. Where is Chat Steelog? Not that close at all.
Yep. Also, yeah, just note this as well. Chong Jinbin literally has his wheel set up on his desk here. Very classic setup for sim racing.
Yes, as old school can be for someone who's not from the old school.
Yeah. So, let's see. Chong Jinbin now fallen back quite a bit, but I think Rajamil Shaukat is getting closer and closer to our race leader here, so could have a battle for the lead on the cards here for this lap. So, let's see. Afik Farid still up ahead of Rajamil Shaukat right now. Two guys who actually know each other very well.
Yeah, that's they know each other because they're on the circuit sometimes at Sepang, because Raj in the pit as the driver, whereas Afik is at the circuit as a steward working with MAM. But this time, if he gets, imagine if he actually gets imagine if he gets a steward report on himself for this one.
No, I don't think so. But again, Raja just bravely getting onto the grass. It's still
no
contact in the back there, and Chong Jinbin clatters into him as well.
Yeah, so Afik now can throw the steward's book right in Russell's face. That's a driver. Oh, look at that from behind! Big accident. I think Faimata's involved, and a few others too, for good measure.
I think Ethan Lowe as well from the silver class caught up in that clattering there. Still more cars spinning off of the track. We're on board Azib Shami Mokhtar. As you can see how crowded it is right now inside the midfield.
Yeah, in fact, that's Enzo Ison for good measure coming up. We'll bring out the silver class standings here to see who is where and what is what right now in this class. It is all kicking off, and we're in the top end of the entire class system.
Yep. Oh boy, Enzo Isan a little bit loose there. He actually got onto the outside of the turn there, but still managed to keep ahead of Eric Sacha. Whoa, look at that! We're just rocketing ahead here of all of these cars right now.
Yeah, goes to show the speed disparity between the F5 Formula 3 car and Formula 3 regional cars. Completely different class altogether. Now then, coming up to turn number 1, Enzo goes narrow, Corey Machado goes around the outside, and then there is Eric Sacha even further on the outside coming through.
Yeah, a bit of contact onto the back of Corey Mercado, but doesn't really unsettle either driver. Still remaining in the fight right now. Let's see if Azib Shami Mokhtar can still maintain himself ahead of these two cars, but slipping onto the inside there, I think, was Corey Mercado. And Azim was forced to take onto the runoff area there as Corwin moves up into 7th place in silver.
And in fact, that was actually, Eric Satria after being overtaken by one Gavin Bugayong. And it is closer this time between the Formula Regional cars.
Very, very close. I mean, again, it's still got cars behind them as well. That's just as close, just waiting to pounce on either one of these drivers once they make a mistake here. Johan Gavin is going to try to get to the inside of Aziz Shari Mokhtar. Couldn't quite get it on the braking, but Eric Sacher very late on the brakes. Indeed, goes around the outside. Couldn't quite overtake Aziz though, but he does get ahead of Jan Bugayong.
Yeah, Bugayong then gets taken here, but then Bugayong fights it back here, coming out to P9. Yes, there we go. Very, very good fighting then from everyone involved. It actually kept it clean. That's actually...
Oh no!
Oh no, well, I said clean, but not the car control element, and Bugayong drops back to P13.
That was lucky that no one clattered into him that time though, but he does rejoin behind Luisia, so he lost out massively from that one mistake there. But again, just goes to show how little grip you have in the rear, and especially going uphill, very tricky to keep these cars under control.
Meanwhile, this is battle for the lead of the race. Coming up to turn number 1, Zef Yuen on the inside, Yash Kaoyum on the outside, and Yash gets overtaken here, but can Yash get back with the cutback? No, he couldn't. And in fact, then Zef's camera, we can only see half his face and half an Adidas logo.
Yeah, pretty much. Very funny there, but yeah, Zef Yuan still in the lead and still keeping ahead of Yash Kaiyum's car right now, so still very good for him, at least at this point, because everyone else behind him, conversely, very chaotic with how close everyone's following each other.
Meanwhile, we're on board with Azit because I'm seeing that he is close behind Mercado and Ethan Lowe, so Ethan's behind Enzo Ison. This is actually a good box seat. We will stay on this because he might actually be a beneficiary where the three of them in front are going to whack each other.
Yeah, it's just waiting perhaps for the inevitable here. Very close does go Ethan Lowe onto Enzo Ison there, so might just make it a very close fight into the main straight here. So, a very funny comment as well I just saw from Afik there.
Yeah, he got spun by Russell Reyes and he's going to send him back to the wall. What? The Spanish Civil War, the Philippine War? I mean, yes, we saw it. I mean, we caught the whole thing, and you being the steward, you can actually throw it even though you're also a driver.
This kind of feels like there might be a bit of conflict of interest there, no?
I mean, he has done it before. He actually won a race in Watkins Glen a few seasons back in the GT3.
By penalizing the other drivers?
Well, he won outright. He won outright, so at least he did that. And I think people didn't know he was the steward until much later and realized, oh, luckily it didn't hit him. Right.
I'm just going to let Afik have his fun. I mean, he's already going to have his hands full after all the races we had previously here. So let's let the man enjoy himself for a little bit here.
Yes. Meanwhile, this is the battle up in the front. Rajesh Chalkat and Russell Reyes. In fact, behind Reyes is Chester Ela. I don't know where is Iman Ryan though.
Iman, oh yeah, he's completely not in view here or even on the timing screen. So no idea.
Oh no, he's in 12th. Oh, wow.
He's dropped very far back. Might have been a mistake somewhere there. But yeah, regardless, is Raja Amir Shaukat in the lead now. I mean, earlier was Chesa Elop. He's already dropped all the way down since being passed. And now Russell Reyes is up here as well. Half a second behind Raja Amir also. Still could be a potential for another fight for the lead later on. After all, we're still only at the halfway point right now in this gold-silver class race.
Yes, indeed. And it's been quite a good one, too. From the start, with a bit of kerfuffles in between. Afik Farid will no doubt be throwing the book, even though he is driving in the race. I mean, organizers actually racing part of their own series has happened before. Case in point, Stefan Rattel, the guy who founded SRO, who also raced in the GT2 series and initially in the early days the BPR Global GT series. As Iman Ryan then sets the fast lap race, but he is not in contention for this particular fight in the window. At least he can take 2 extra points. But how miffed will he be knowing the fact that, again, incidents just stymied his progress.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate thing here, but again, the only thing you can do as a driver in this situation is just keep your head down and continue to push on. Hopefully, those fastest lap bonuses there will keep him in the running when it comes to the championship here. But as far as Roger Muro as well as Russell Reyes is concerned, they want to try to keep themselves ahead of Chester Elock, who almost got quite close to Russell that time.
Yeah, in fact, we can stay on board with these guys, the three-way battle for the win. And it was close in that first race, mind you, as something's wrong with Chester's driver model. He's not moving at all, probably because he's actually using a steering wheel that stays in place. You know, when you're driving, you can just turn it off and it stays in position. Regardless of that, he is in the prime box seat as Russell then attacks Roger coming up to turn number 1.
Yeah, I think I want to see that one there because he's actually gaining quite hard onto Raja. Shortcut might actually just try to cut him on the inside. No, he actually canceled it, goes wide instead. Raja still unabated, still held on to the racing line there, keeping his car just barely ahead of Russell Reyes, who's now trying again, tries to slip onto the inside, going to turn 3. Another risky move. We saw this between him and Aaron Ryan. It ended in tears. This time around, he does force Raja Mio to take onto the escape road and does get himself into the lead now. Chester Elock's attempting to pick up some scraps here, but Raja Mio Shaukat does recover. He's still going to be alongside Chester through this turn, and now it's still very much on between the two of them.
Yeah, in fact, we're going to jump on board with Raja's camera because he's the third driver in this particular trio. And it looks as though Russell has timed it to perfection. He has managed to just jump the both of them as Raja now dives on the inside. Oh, careful there. You don't want to touch and spin around and lose touch to Russell, especially a driver as metronomic as Russell. When he's up in front, he will just run away with it.
Yeah, he's really Raja's fighting hard, but Chester is really not giving any quarter. He does get it right over the curbs there, but didn't quite slow his momentum entering the turn. Still remains alongside. No, he loses a bit of control. Exit there, forcing Raja to react. He bounces over the curb and loses the position to Chester Elock.
Wowee. And after all of that, the net loss for both of them is nearly a second and a half to Russell. And that's exactly what they did not want.
No, so, well, Russell is just now going to be pulling way ahead. He's already 1.3 seconds in front of Chester Elock over the control line, so he's already building a big lead. It's just exactly what we expect for a driver of his caliber. But Raja Shaka, don't count him out quite yet because he's still trying to keep up.
And of course, mind you, put an asterisk on that. Remember, he took Afi for it?
Oh, you're right.
So
yeah.
This may not be a foregone conclusion in terms of the win. So if Chester can keep the gap between himself and Russell to just about 5 seconds, or at the very worst 10 seconds, he can still get the win by count back or technicalities.
Okay, so there is still a chance. There is still a chance for Chester Elock. There may even be a chance for Raja, but he still needs to be able to overcome Chester Elock here. Meantime, silver class. Yash Kayum, I think that's
Yeah, it's P1 for Yash. He's up in front, and Enzo Ison is trying to fight him here for the first position. So Enzo then, he wants to make it 4 in 4.
We'll see. I mean, again, he's already having a massive lead in the championship here, and already secured the win in race number 1. Might just be on for another podium here in round 2.
Yep, as he come up now to the long parabolic right-hander that dives into the second sector. Can he actually get a drive here? Because again, these cars have pushed the past in real life in some championships because the fact that they were trying to address the problem of overtaking with former regional cars this particular generation. But the thing is, the slipstream is still very strong. We saw it last year in the Macau Grand Prix, how the win was decided by the very last lap between two teammates to take the win then. So, let's see if Yash can do it. In fact, no, in front of him is Zev Yuen, so Zev is actually in front of both of them.
Okay. Again, we are still very much trying to keep track, rather have quite a hard time trying to keep track of these drivers because of the glitch in the timing tower. But yeah, it does seem like Zephyrian is ahead of Yash, who is ahead of Enzo Ison.
And come on out to the final corner, onto the start finish straight. Looks as though Enzo actually had a run on Yash here, onto the front straight, into the slipstream. Yash tries to go to the pit lane, but, you know, tried to put off Enzo. Not gonna work that time because look at that slipstream. As I mentioned before, the slipstream is so powerful in these cars. Yash didn't even stand a chance because Enzo's gonna get moved down into turn 1, but Yash can fight back coming to it as well.
Yeah, he actually touched the wheels there under braking just now. Still trying to keep up alongside with Enzo Ison. And actually still is going to be alongside going through into turn 3 now, but Enzo does have the inside. Enzo's going to have to be very mindful. He does back out of it a little bit.
Oh, yeah, Yash.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Yash. Yeah, Yash does back out of that a little bit there.
Yep, and he will try to retaliate immediately as they come up now to the very point that we came to them earlier when we saw this battle developing. But it looks as though it is enough for Yash, enough for Enzo to get in front of Yash.
Now he's going to try to chase up to Zephyr, but I think it's barely 2 laps to go here in this race, so time might not be on his side here. So Zeph is very much still in control as far as the silver class is concerned.
We'll wait and see, because that will be quite a story, isn't it? If Enzo Isan manages to make it 4-4, he no doubt has written his name in half on the championship trophy right now.
They're already preparing things over there at the
Ross Lango.
yeah, just already getting his name printed on in anticipation, perhaps.
Yes. Right. Now then, we thought that Chester Elon might have actually lost a bit of momentum after seeing Russell Reyes run away with it, but don't be so sure. And the fact that, remember, Russell may still get a big penalty coming his way for taking out race steward / part-time driver and smurfing driver in this lobby, Afiq Farid, for the race would lead. So let's see then if Chester wants to play hardball or he actually plays it safe.
I don't know whether you can consider it smurfing in the gold class. Maybe if he was in the copper class, that would be really smurfing.
No, because he raced in the bronze class at one point, so we don't know what class he is right now. He might be classless after all. Oh no, he's classy, don't worry.
Yeah, he's very
a
classy fellow.
He's a classy fellow, but he definitely races in multiple classes just for the heck of it. Right, at final lap of this race, we see that Russell is only about 700ths of a second in front of, no, in fact, that was the 700. That was finishing the timing tower again. About 5/10 of a second ahead as they cross the line that time of Chester Elog.
Yeah, still very much in the hunt here is Chester, and again, still a big question mark about Russell Reyes because of the potential for a penalty that will still be like only reviewed after the race, because Afiq is still racing in this right now.
No, he's not. He left already.
Oh, he left already?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he left. So that's why when we view the gold standings, in fact, yeah, there we go. That's silver standings. In fact, that's the gold standings. Nope, his name's not even classified.
Nope. So yeah, he's already left, unfortunately. So a DNF for him, but certainly had his fun for sure. Now Russell, ooh, that's very close there from Chester, but still no dice quite yet. And this is, of course, final sector of the final lap. So if Chester cannot get it done here, he's gonna have to settle for second place.
But it won't be a bad second place because again, Russell may not even take the win after all due to the fact that penalty coming his way. But what if it is? Right or wrong? Here comes Russell out of the final corner. Oh, Chester, don't get it wrong. Don't lose that. You might lose a potential easy win there. But here comes Russell. He may be the winner on the road, but you can see by the looks of his face, he is probably knowing that something is going to come his way, and he's not happy about it. Yeah. But he wins on the road. He may not win in the steward's room.
Well, we'll see, but Russell Reyes does take the checkered flag first, and Chester Elop follows behind him, 3.88 seconds, so even if there is a penalty, Chester will be inheriting that win. Rajamil Shawkat finishes in third, Chong Jin Bin in fourth, and Aldo Balagulan actually having a very quiet but very solid drive here in fifth place. Finishes ahead of Ayman Akeem. Then we have a look. Ooh, silver class. Zephyr now caught up here together with Eric Satria.
No, Enzo Isan. That's it. He goes wide. He goes wide. He locks up. He actually locks up now. Right outside goes Enzo Isan. Enzo takes the lead on the final lap. Would you believe that? This is going to be 4-4 for Enzo. Unless, of course, Zephyr can catch up to him in the final two corners.
There we go. Enzo Isan on for a fourth win in a row. Slides a little bit there, but still keeps it ahead of Zephyr. Can he keep it together in the final turn? Looks like he is solid. Not quite. Bit of a bump and a little jump, but still lost a bit of momentum. Zephyr's catching up.
Zephyr's catching. There's going to be another side-by-side. Would you believe it? 3 races in a row. We're going to get side-by-side finish. There he goes, Zeph. Gets it right on the line. He gets it by 300ths of a second, just like Jeremy Yao and Chandramauli Anandan earlier in the bronze class. Would you believe it? We saw it here in the silver class. Fist pumping there from Zephyr. He deserved that one. What a fantastic battle. So it's not 4-4 after all for Enzo, but he will extend his capture lead.
It feels like Zeph could even barely believe in himself there. What an absolute photo finish. Again, 3 photo finishes that we had in this one round alone. This is incredible racing. that we've seen all evening here.
Oh, but in fact, it's 4 photo finishes we had in just the 2 classes because bronze had 2 photo finishes, and this one we had a photo finish in the first race too because gold was very close.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So wow, 4 races in a row.
4 races, 4 photo finishes. A crazy season we have here in GE19, but
Wow.
whew,
Okay, I think it's about. We will now beat adieu to the screen, but I don't think anybody will be interviewed today. They're all funned out, are they?
it's already quite late in the night right now, but I mean, especially after like the races that we've seen here. I mean, we're already tired. I can imagine what's going to be like for the drivers who are actually competing in this one. But congratulations, I mean, to Zeph Yuan. I mean, he looked like he almost lost it, but still got it back at the very end there for the silver class. Gold class very much is going to be seen in the stewards' room here because Russell Reyes finished on track, first place in race number 2. Still might be a penalty, and again, Afik's asking right now, yeah, in the chat.
No. I hope that I hope no one's hearing any of the stewards' room quiet shenanigans behind the scenes. Oh, no, that's not true. That's the main room where we get all the cameras on board.
Yeah.
But
yeah. We'll see. I mean, Russell Reyes finished on track first. Chester Elop finished behind him. Then we got Rajamil Shaukat in 3rd, Chong Jin Bin in 4th. So still, I mean, again, Russell is still finishing solid there. So it's just only a question whether or not the decision from Afik will favor him or not.
Well, he already said in the comments box, 30-second time penalty, a bit too harsh, I would say.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, most we can see is 10, which will give the win to Chester and Raju on the podium as well as Chong Jin Bin. So we'll wait and see. Let's hope that there'll be civil words in the paddock chat. Well, knowing by the grimace on your face, I don't think it has been civil at all.
Man, again, it's there's going to be so much incidents for Afik to actually review later. So we'll see. I mean, hopefully he's going to be in a good mood after all that. But yeah, that's going to be the end of racing right now for round number 2. That's all done and dusted. And oh boy, what a crazy evening it's been for all of us here at ERGP. So my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We'll be back again next week for round number 3. So stay following our social medias where we'll be not only announcing the official results, but also the track and the round that we're going to be racing next week. So make sure you guys tune in again, same time, same place, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, good night and good luck.